I can't believe I am back. This is finally Season 2 WGL APAC-ASIA Season 2 Gold Series. My name is Susie Kim. This is with me, Wolf Schroeder, and we are here to bring you guys more tanks. Now, Wolf, during that break, there's been a lot of changes, and I'm sure you're well aware.
Yes.
We've got brand new tanks. We have Tier 10 tanks now, and a brand new format.
That's right. So everything is kind of changed. We've got some new maps. Some of our old maps are gone, including Lakeville, which makes me really sad. But, you know, it's going to be kind of, if you've been following since last season, a bit of a different game because all the tanks are stronger. We've got a new variety of tanks. The same overall feeling of the game is going to be basically, you know, as it was before, right? The same sort of strategies will apply to older maps, but with newer tanks, obviously, there's a lot more variety.
Right, all right. Well, let's go into the overview of how this entire season is going to happen. Now, if you take a look at this graphic here, we start today. It is November 26th. And happy Thanksgiving for all of you guys out in the United States, because here we go. We are thankful for tanks, and we are thankful that you guys are here with us as well. We finish on February 4th. Tournament structure is the same as before. It's a best of 9, except this time we have 4 maps. So we have an attack and defense on each map, that way to give a little bit more variety. Again, tiebreaker will be the 9th game, completely different map, 8-team, double round robin.
Yep, and it's just going to be the same sort of format when it comes to attack and defense, but you know, it's going to be 10 minutes this time, so a bit of a longer timer here, so a lot less timeout matches, even though that was pretty rare before in this league. And it's of course going to be a 7 versus 7 still, but you can go up to 10s now in tiers, and the limit is 68, so you can have 6 tier 10s and a tier 8, or you can have 5 tier 10s and 2 tier 9s. Then of course our new maps are going to be Prokhorovka, Muruvanka, and Cliff. So those 3 new maps. Lakeville is out, unfortunately.
It is, and I am really proud of you for being able to pronounce that map because, man, I'm going to be struggling. Again, the point system, guys, 3 points for a victory, 2 points if you win it in the tiebreaker, that's the 9th game, 1 point if you lose it by tiebreaker, and 0 if you just straight up lose the game. And again, we're going to have a ranking system for the entire season, and you know, as the season gets rolling, you guys will be able to see that. Now, let's go ahead and introduce to you the teams that we have for this season. We have 2 new teams, after all, for the Gold season.
That's right. Both Run and TCSG will be replaced by SuperNoob and Super Friends.
They're so super, guys.
That's right. So these 2 very unrelated, except by name, teams here are going to be replacing those. You still got your classics. You've got EL Gaming, our champions from last season, Horsemen, great team from Taiwan, Immortals from Vietnam, Karen Tiger, and B Gaming from Japan, and of course Team Efficiency from the Australia region. So really, really cool set of 8 teams we've got here.
Yeah, definitely. And I do believe SuperNoobs is from Vietnam. And I believe the Super Friends are just kind of from the Southeast Asia region, a little bit from here and there. So it's really awesome to see all of Asia really being represented, including Australia, right? So the APAC-ASIA is all here, everyone, tonight. But you know what? Without further ado, let's talk about today's matchup. Now, today, we're going to see EL Gaming. Super exciting for me because they were last season's #1 team. In fact, they never dropped a single game the entire season. And so I want to see if they're going to come back really strong. And then SuperNoobs. These guys have made it through the silver rankings. They come up to gold, and here they are. So now they get to test their skills against the best team in all of Asia.
Yeah, so if EL ends up winning this, I mean, just hypothetically speaking, 5-0 doesn't necessarily mean SuperNoobs are actually, in fact, SuperNoobs. This is the best team in Asia, EL Gaming we're talking about here. They've competed at the grand finals on the global scale. They got 2nd place in the world finals last time. And our maps, of course, for this first series are going to be Himmelsdorf, Muvanka, Prokhorovka, and Steps. Our tie-breaking map will be Mines if it goes to it. Our second match, of course, is going to be Immortals and PvP Super Friends. Those maps are not yet decided.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and decide that during, while you know the first set is being played. Again, I want to focus on the fact that this is the debut for both the SuperNoobs and Super Friends. So, you know, having that we haven't really gotten to see them or know them all last season. I am really, really excited to see how they're going to play out.
There will be a few roster changes for some of the existing teams as well, but I looked at all the rosters before the broadcast today, and it seems like I'd say about 95% of the rosters for the familiar teams that you guys watched last season are the same. You know, on EO Gamer, for example, you're going to have your Fox, you're going to have your Blonder and Reflection. You know, all those players that you love. Opalist on, on Karen Tiger is going to be the same. These sort of core players. There are a few new players on some of these teams, and a few players have left, but none of the big main players. It's mostly the same from last season.
Okay, yeah. Now I want to kind of touch upon the fact that this is tier 10s now, and even though we did go into 10 minutes, like it's a longer game. Wouldn't you think because they're tier 10s, they do more damage, things will blow up faster?
Sure, I think that a lot of the time it's going to be about elimination, just simply because the clock is no longer a factor. I used to always say the clock is your 8th tank, because when you're on the defensive side, the clock works for you and against your opponent. But now we're going to see a lot more fast-paced action, I think, battle-wise, because like you said, the tanks are stronger. And yes, they have more armor, but there's a lot more penetration, so everything dies a lot faster. Everything ends up happening quicker when you battle. So setup is important, because when you do fight, things happen very quickly. As well as you kind of need to have one strategy for each map they're going to use, because you don't develop the map as much as you did before. Because before we had 2 maps, now we have 4, so you play half as much on each map.
That is true, and you know what? You only play 1 attack and 1 defense on each map. So, I mean, I feel like there's a lot more variables that's going to constitute into the wins here. Also, you know what I noticed about the tier 10 tanks is the faster your tank is, the more vulnerable you are to being blown up faster, I guess. So
yeah, I mean, if you have a faster tank, obviously it has to sacrifice some of its armor in order to be faster. So the faster tanks obviously do more damage than, say, our like tier 6 lightweights that we had last season. But they're going to be taking hits from bigger autoloaders, from those 7 versus 7 fights.
Yeah.
I think a lot of teams will try to avoid that, because there's so much randomness that can occur in such a short period of time on a map like Steps, for example.
At the same time, I mean, this is all speculation.
Heavy tanks. So obviously the battles that occur,
right? But we are talking about the Asia League. This is the league that invented basically the up close and personal, like in your face, fast, exploding strategies. So you know what? If EL Gaming is going to go ahead and do that same strategy, we may have some quick games.
That's true. You know, with the objects coming in, being the new kind of like T-54 type faster running around tank on Steps we've already seen in the Europe League. I think we could see a little bit more of that, especially from Elon. If we get to Steps, that is, of course, in our first match, because that's the 4th one. I don't think EO Gaming is planning on letting the match go that long. But we will win by tiebreaker. You only get 2 points instead of 3. But that means that we could have 5 maps possible. But it could, we'll see. So again, it's first to 5 in this format. It's a best of 8, because we do have tie points. Where it could be as few as 3 maps, depending on how the match goes.
That is very true. Now, our first map that we're going to be on is Himmelsdorf. And it's a map that we both know very well. I just find it very interesting that we're not going to see IS-3s anymore. We're not going to see the AMX 5100s. In fact, we're going to see the upgraded versions of these kind of tanks, and probably new ones too.
And right now, just going on the analysis side of things, that's kind of my little Asia analysis section, my little corner over here. Because we haven't seen any of these teams play even a single professional match on this new format, there's no way for us to predict exactly which tanks will be used. So this week and next week especially, I'd say the first 3 broadcasts, we're going to have a really good idea of what these teams like stylistically and kind of what the Asia meta is on this tier 10 new format, because it's very new. It's also new in Europe, for example. A lot of these players know these tanks, but they don't actually, have experience playing them in tournaments yet.
Yep, and all right, looks like the game is ready, guys. We're going to go ahead into game number 1 on Himmelsdorf. Super exciting for me because they were last season's number 1. Welcome back, everyone. We are here on Himmelsdorf. This is set number 1, EL Gaming versus the SuperNoobs, or SN for short, because that's really trendy.
That's right. That's how they're putting their IDs in there. So let's talk about these tank lineups. We actually do have a mouse here, so it's going to be spring running it. It's one of the biggest tanks, like size-wise and weight-wise. You can see just how slow it is, in fact, as it's moving right now, much slower than the E100s. We have Flag and Guanren running E100s. We do have 2 IS-7s, Black and Nice are running that. Then, of course, our 2 Conquerors here are going to be on Fox and Reflection. So similar sorts of lineups that we're seeing from EL Gaming in regards to where they put their tier 8s as well as where they have their tier 10s.
Wow, that mouse, I mean, from what I know of it, it is a big and hefty tank. Like you said, very, very slow. We're going to have to see how he's going to be able to maneuver himself to make sure that he doesn't get caught out. Now, here we can see SuperNoobs. Let's take a look at their lineup here.
Yeah, their tanks are a bit different. We've got British tank for Bo. I'm looking at these names because we're going to have to learn how to say these names.
Oh gosh, yeah, this is the new name.
We got Ricky on the IS-7 with Hien. Hien, I think we've seen before on another team. There's an AMX-50B, and that's going to be Tong Hangruai. What you probably call him Tang. All right, yeah.
I like that.
Tang's got AMX-50B, so an auto litter on that side. A BC 25-ton, which is going to be a really standard tank to see in the future for NTLOC, Ironhide, and the last on a Conqueror and an ST1, respectively. Now, notice that the setup for this map is very similar to what we saw in the Tier 8 format.
Yeah, Nice is definitely right here, back in his comfortable little position. He likes this nook over by the, what is this, the train depot that we called it?
Yes, the train depot. The courtyard is where we saw our faster tanks kind of rush in and try to get vision. We do have that AMX-50B up on the castle area as well. That's Tang up there, just trying to get some vision. We're taking a look at him right now, trying to find some shots. Now, the AMX-50B, for those of you guys who only followed the Tier 8 meta, is going to be a Tier 10 tank that has a 4-round. It's a 4-round autoloader, so it doesn't have as many rounds, but it will reload very quickly, so have no fear. But obviously there will be that cooldown period, that reload time where it is vulnerable. And it doesn't have the best plating of all time either.
All right. Well, I mean, given that it is a 10-minute round now, it looks like the teams are playing very slowly. Obviously, you don't want to jump the gun here. You don't need to at this point. And like we said, this is completely new. I mean, all the leagues across the board, EU, Russia, NA, we're all for the first time doing this tier 10 meta. And so this is quite interesting to see. Like you said, the strategy seems to be exactly the same as we saw from the tier 8s. Right now we can see all of EL Gaming kind of grouped up top. It's a little bit different. Camping up by their spawn point, they're not so sure of what they want to do. While the SuperNoobs, we've got the BC 25-ton over on the railroad tracks, and then the rest of the team just kind of grouped up as well. Yeah. What do you make of this?
So, well, one of the things that we used to see on this map a lot of the time for the attacking side would be to do the strategy where you put 2 tanks in the corner, and you would kind of rush towards that and try to get vision, and you would do it with a small 12-ton tank. Unfortunately, with the current meta and the current basically format that we're playing with here, it's a bit tougher to rush in there with some small tanks, and these tanks are all just larger overall, so it's harder to fit them in to that corner. And there is Black over there spotting for this Black, obviously the player who does this the most, even in the old patch. So he's watching for this. Now we're going to see Lask go into that corner I was talking about, and I think Bo will be able to fit in there with him. But obviously they will be spotted right away. This is something that EO Gaming will respond to right away. They know that this is in fact what is going on. They know that's the capture point that they're in. And let's see though how they respond. They have plenty of time. They don't need to rush this.
They do have plenty of time, and yeah, I mean, going ahead and using their lower tier tank right now. This is a very similar strategy as we've been seeing. You know what? I think it's like they're going to play it out the way that we've always been able to see them, just with stronger tanks.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see things blow up right now.
Well, it's going to be a little while before things blow up, but we're getting closer and closer to that. We just see Black does take a pot shot here at the last using that little cubby hole there, but unfortunately the last is too well protected. He's in a good place. Now notice that this is not going to be a rush strategy. This is not going to be a let's suddenly put 3 tanks in there sort of position. They're trying to set up for forcing EL Gaming to come out to where they are. And during all of this, the 25-ton is actually threatening as well, and is at that first capture point. And it looks like EL is going to try to go for it.
Yeah, they are going to go for it. The E100s are pretty zippy. They're going to try to see if they can catch the ST1 off guard.
It's not the strongest tank. It's not going to eat too much damage. But notice again, it's not about the last here. It's about his teammates backing him up. And already so much damage has been done to EL Gaming's tanks.
Oh gosh, yeah. Reflection is taking quite a bit of hit. There, the Conqueror here. He's just going to have to be careful. The other Fox is on the other Conqueror. He's looking to see if he could go ahead and bait them out and make that other shot. But yeah, right now it's a standstill. We have 4 minutes and 41 seconds left on the clock now. And there you go, ST, the ST1, what's his name? The Last,
taking some extra damage there.
He sure is.
Now notice that Tang is trying to, from the castle side, take some shots at Guan Ren. He's not able to connect, unfortunately, because Guan Ren's positioning is too good.
Oh, he gets a little bit. He chips him down quite a bit, but now Guan Ren does know that there is an AMX standing up there by the castle side.
Yep. Now keep in mind that even though our time is more than halfway over, this is about how much time you would have normally for a setup like this in the old format. So there's still a ton of time left, and no tanks have fallen, not a single one. Well, actually, that's not true. Oh, no, the BC 25 ton's still alive.
Yeah, he is.
Barely.
Barely. But remember what we had said, even if he's hanging on by 34, if he could shoot, then you know what? He is still very much valid in this game.
That's right. You know, that's the key is as long as the tank is alive, it can shoot, it can see, you know, and EL here is eating the clock down quite a bit, and they're not actually overextending to defend this, which I really like. They're saying their IS-7's now around the back side, where they know that that 25-ton is nearly dead, so if they run into it, they'll kill it, and they'll try to come around and flank.
Oh, there we go. I think that's what they're going to aim to do. He knows he's right in there, and finally, Nice gets that first kill. NT Lock is down. Guan Ren is going to still stay, you know, by the flag side, make sure that nothing is going to just try to cap it.
Yeah, flag missed that shot. That's a bit unfortunate, but they're still trying to rotate around here.
Come. Well, SuperNoobs is now heading down that ramp, and they're going to see if they can get into this capture point and kill off the two guys guarding it. They almost have Guan Ren. There you go. Guan Ren does go down, but it looks like SuperNoobs are also going to take a lot of damage. That was not a good trade.
It's not a favorable trade, but EL Gaming will have to quickly respond because now there are 4 tanks in base capture point 2, and they need to get in there and deny the capture. They're sending their IS-7s over, but the Conquerors are not going to really be able to do much on their own. And we'll see as SuperNoobs, of course, do get denied here most of their capture. Notice that we see an IS-7 peeking around.
Oh, here we go. The Conqueror is just going to try and see if they can take Mouse down. Like we said, this is just like a huge tanky tank. This is a tank man's tank right here.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it looks like they're going to try to chip him down. Mouse can't really run away.
No, and this is the unfortunate position they're in. They did get denied with that 3-man in the capture point, and if they hadn't, that might have been a good opportunity for them. But now they're just simply outgunned and outmanned here, and the last to stand here is going to be Ironhide. It won't last much longer. A few more shots will finish him off.
And Ironhide is done. Black gets that final kill, and EL Gaming wins that first game.
Yeah, very well played by EL Gaming. A lot of patience there. In this new format, again, it takes a lot longer to actually hold on the defending side. But what what we saw from SuperNoobs is they wanted to force a bad trade, they wanted to force a bad fight, but EL just did not rush in. They waited for the right position. They sent their IS-7s in last to clean up because they actually reload quite quickly, so they can actually get those big shots off and do that damage. And the Conquerors there were just basically flimsy in that big fight, and they eventually fell apart. And SuperNoobs didn't take a good fight, and EL Gaming was just never going to take that bad fight that SuperNoobs wanted them to.
Right, and if we know EL Gaming, I mean, again, this is a team that's been working together for quite some time now, so I'm sure the communication was great. Cool thing, we're going to actually switch sides right away now. We're going to go so that SuperNoobs are now on the defense.
That's right.
And EL will be on the attack. And I kind of like this new format. We get to kind of test out.
Yeah, I mean, basically,
right
you get to test their skills right away. We're going to see a lot of maps. So even if a team goes 5-0, it's not that you only see one game on the second map. We're going to see at least 2 maps and at least a game on a third map at the very least. And actually, what we saw from SuperNoobs already was a clear understanding of the strategy that we use on attack side on this map. And even though we haven't seen them in this league, in Gold League, I feel like they really know what they're doing.
They may be not noobs after all, now that we think about it. But it looks like they are going to get ready for the next game. Last time when we had 2 attack, 2 defense, the first game usually was kind of like a feeler game, and you get to see how the other team plays. And then the second game, on attack or defense was like the real one. What kind of benefits or I guess.
There's new challenges.
Yeah, well, I'm like, what's the word I'm looking for? Benefits and non-benefits.
Like advantages and disadvantages?
Yes, thank you. Advantages and disadvantages of having just one apiece.
Well, obviously the sad thing, the big disadvantage I feel for the league overall and for the teams is that you don't have time to develop that map versus a team you never played against, especially in the earlier rounds, like the first round robin. You've never played against this team style, and you only have one game to show your attack style and only one game on the defense style. But I think the big advantage is that you have a bigger variety of maps. And I think that some teams that are stronger on only certain maps will actually not like this new format because now they have to play on up to 4 maps in one match, whereas before they might only play one and then one game on a second map, but like only a third map if they went to tiebreaker.
Right.
So I think that format does kind of hurt teams that are more map focused. But the map variety is really cool for the viewers, I have to say. For me, I like the older format where we could kind of just go through the big development of 4 games. But that was at the beginning of the round robin, but it did become a bit more dull towards the end. So now I'm kind of like, hopefully as we start to see these teams develop the up to 4 map structure is really cool. Because it's not going to be just more of the same thing every time. We get to see the maps change constantly.
That is true. And I'm also thinking maybe we'd be able to see more of a player swap out as well, being that there's more maps. Obviously, some players are better at certain maps, more so than others. And teams like EL, where they have like 15 members, I think that's great.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. A lot of these rosters are pretty huge at this point in time. And when you have that many players, we do see a lot of player swaps. We've seen the Japanese teams in particular really like to do player swaps. Every now and then the Australian and SEA teams will do it.
Right.
And we saw EL Gaming do it a little bit towards the end as they were like just crushing everybody and not losing. So they were like, let's give these guys a chance.
That's true. I wonder how much these guys practice in the off season.
It's a really good question. Sometimes I think for some of these teams, for example, like Horsemen who don't really play, they don't think of their team as like a full-time job. They're all students and they all have real jobs or real lives beyond what they do in World of Tanks. I feel like for them, they might not practice as much as a team like EL Gaming. That's the elite team that has a ton of sponsors and is a real like pro gaming teams. This is their job. It's their life. It's their full-time job. I think there's a lot of variety and levels of practice. But during the off-season, I think it's sometimes hard for some teams to get motivated because there's no other tournaments going on. But I have to say, I think going into this new format, everyone had to practice a lot because you really need to learn the new maps. You need to learn the new tanks, the new meta, and definitely, I had to put a lot of time in for this. I was learning everything.
I mean, driving some of these new tanks, it just feels different. Even if we say that the strategy is similar to how we played it in Tier 8, they are different tanks after all. Yeah. And so, yeah, this is actually quite interesting. I'm wondering, the IS-7 came out, but the IS-4 is also a Tier 10. Why do you think they went ahead and did that instead?
Well, it looks like the game might be ready, so we should probably talk about it in-game.
We will, or after the game. All right, so it looks like we're going to get started. Game set number 2. All right, guys, we are back into set number 2, EL Gaming versus SuperNoobs. SuperNoobs are now on the defense, and they are still on Himmelsdorf. So let's take a look at these tanks again. It looks like EL Gaming on the attack is decided to go, 3 E100s. That the UK tank.
Yeah, the FV2015B, which is a tough one to say. Then you've got a 25-ton and 2 Conquerors, so a really similar comp to what we saw before. But for SuperNoobs, they're actually going to be running an IS-4 with 2 IS-7s. Now the IS-4 is the big chunky one. It's more similar to the IS-3 in that it's slower, but it's thicker, it's safer. The IS-7s are very similar, but they're like the newer, more advanced version. They're a lot more maneuverable, but they don't have as much armor. They're a little bit more easily penetrated. Now we do have NTLOC on another 50B. So it's kind of like an auto-litter, very similar to the 1390 actually that we had in the past. Then we have 2 Conquerors, and they do have the new Waffen, the Tier 10 Waffen E100. That's going to be the tank destroyer that we have Sun Bo on. And so the setup here, very similar for both sides, with the one exception being that EL Gaming is not sending anyone up to the castle. They're just simply going to try to do what we saw them do before, is to go towards that depot.
Ooh, you could see EL Game. Yeah, everyone's together and collected down towards the bottom, the depot area, like you said. That is actually funny that they picked an IS-4 instead of the just to prove my point. Why I wanted to know why they wouldn't have picked that one.
Right.
Like you said, a little clunkier, a little, but more armor, right?
Yes. So it's a bit tougher. Look at the position here for Elong. They are just shooting right down here.
Yeah, shots being fired already.
If anyone shows up, they're going to have a bad time. The E100s are pretty quick, so you can actually get to this location very fast. And they're basically trying to storm their way into that depot. Now, of course, the weakness of this strategy is it's very easy for SuperNoobs to actually set up a defensive position here right now. But EL is they've got a lot of time with this new format, which, I swear we'll stop talking about once we get more used to it.
It's still new, because, guys, it's day number 1. Next week, it won't be new anymore.
That's right. But with this new format, they have a lot more time. So rotations are still possible. Now, one thing to talk about in this new format, in this new meta, is there's no light tanks. Light tanks are out, they're done, we're never going to see them again.
No!
They're still legal, they could still be chosen, but it's very unlikely that we'll ever see any of those tanks picked up just simply because they cannot compete with these tier 10 tanks. But it means that you lose a little bit of maneuverability. There's much less of a rush to capture points that we've seen in the past, or tricky strategies where you try to run around and escape to timeout, which looks like Wargaming and the WGL have tried to stop, because that sort of strategy was frustrating, I think, for some fans. And now with a longer time as well, that sort of running away and running out the clock sort of strategy is not really going to be a viability for the defending side.
All right, well, it is. We've hit the 7-minute mark, which means this is just about as long as... I mean, if you look right now, though, both teams, no one's really been doing anything. And so I'm not even really sure if the extra 3 minutes really made a difference in this game anyway. We need EL to start pushing when they're ready. Nice is taking some damage already here. And similarly, I feel like SuperNoobs going ahead using the same strategy that EL did last game. Just hanging out at the train depot, the train station. I think the depot is where EL is. This is the station.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
This basically starts to feel like old Steps meta, where you just have tanks line up on both sides of terrain, and you have everyone just kind of waiting for shots to be made. With the composition that EL is running, they have a little bit more flexibility to fire shots because they only have one autoloader, which means that they're not really worried about using their rounds. We do see Reflection is actually marching forward with his Conqueror, and we see the 25-ton is kind of being protected by Reflection here as he tries to move up past the train itself towards that depot. He does eat a shot for it, but only one from that Tank Destroyer, and the Tank Destroyer only has 3 rounds left.
All right, it looks like they're going to try to go for it and see if they can cap this. But, considering how open this entire train track is, I don't think that is the best strategy. But I'm not EL Gaming, I'm not a world champion, and so they might know better than me, right?
It's definitely going to be a tough approach to make, but because we still have 5.5 minutes left, I'd say they've got about 2 minutes more to either commit to this or go for another approach. They are basically just trying to wrap themselves around the capture point, and I think at that point they're going to try to place themselves in such a way that they cannot be capture denied on this point. Now, we do see some bows tend to take a little bit more damage here. Now the thing about this new Waffen, the E100 Tank Destroyer, is that it's actually one of those tanks that's it's very hit or miss, just like the old Waffen. It's either going to win you the game because you got an epic destruction, you blew up a tank with a cool crit or something like that, or it's just going to be kind of that 7th tank that you wish that you didn't pick because it just didn't end up being valuable for you.
Now, the Conqueror, we've been seeing this over and over. It's the tier 9 British heavy tank. And, I mean, overall, it's pretty good, right? And that's probably why they're picking this one. I don't think we're going to see many tier 8s, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of teams will run it on the bigger, more open maps, just one tier 8, and those tanks we're all very familiar with, no doubt. So,
right.
Hold that thought. We're actually going to have a little bit more action here as they do exactly what I said. They try to sneak now into the capture point where they cannot be denied by stray fire. Unfortunately, they're taking a lot of damage while doing so. Sunbo barely survives, and he's trying to kill Spring.
Oh, gosh, yeah, and Spring is taking quite a bit of damage. Base capture is down to 28. I like how Reflection is hiding behind this little house here. And while Spring and Flag are going to go ahead and try to take most of the damage, I don't know. They might be able to pull this off. They've got 22 seconds left now.
No, this is EL Gaming at its finest. I mean, they are really incredible. Actually, basically running, trying to force the defending team to get into a bad position on the attack, which is very, very difficult to do on this map. And look at this. Guanren comes around, finds an opening here. He's in such a good place that because SuperNoobs got a bit stressed and started moving all out of position, now Guanren's in a perfect position to take out this autoloader,
wow,
which is so much of their damage.
So nice. And Sunbow is almost out. He's got 80 HP. Everyone on SuperNoobs pretty low. Ricky is the only one. He's the only one kind of holding out right now on the IS-7. While EL Gaming just continuing to trying to capture this base. I'm not sure at this moment, with 3 minutes left, this is the best strategy for them. Maybe they should just go ahead and try to kill off everyone.
Well, I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to force them into they're trying to win this by elimination by putting a clock on SuperNoobs' defense. If SuperNoobs doesn't continue to get into bad position to deny their base capture, they'll simply win by capture. But that's the thing. It then forces them to get into range to where they might be killed. This is still a very close game and one that SuperNoobs can win, but it's very important they don't lose any more tanks.
Yes, wow, Flag is still holding on. Oh, there we go, 1 for 1. We've got a man down on each team.
All right, can Guanren get the shot? This is really important. If he actually takes out that autoloader, that's almost a game-winning move. He needs to do it, though.
Gosh, yeah, and
Flag goes down,
Flag finally does go down. So does Black. It seems like EL is now starting to lose men left and right. But like you said, very, very close game. If we look right now, I was going to say it was, but now that EL is down to three
It's
members.
still possible, right? It's still possible that they, in fact, take this. Now, the key here is there are 2 Conquerors left for EL, which can fire a lot quicker than the IS tanks. And we do see the autoloader goes down, and that's their biggest damage dealer. Now, in IS-4 versus EN-100, the IS-4 should win. Let's see if Guanren can get a good shot here.
I don't know, because the IS-4 is using... Oh,
down he goes,
he
and
does
Reflection
not.
goes down as well. I think that actually will secure SuperNoobs a very long and drawn-out victory here.
Yes, if Fox, there's nothing you can do, dude, unless you're going to take out every single member of SuperNoobs. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Oh, he does take one.
Yeah, he can't actually capture the point either. He doesn't have enough time left to do so.
No, he does not. So, but here comes Ricky. He's just going to come around back, see if he can just shoot down the Conqueror. He does.
One more shot will do it.
One more shot will do. He is now surrounded. There is nothing that Fox can do. Fox, dude, he must have upgraded his armor because, man, he took some hits. But that is going to be it. SuperNoobs goes ahead and takes set number 2.
And that will put us at a 1-1 score going into our second map. A bit of a stranger round there. I think what we saw from EL Gaming was just a plan that went awry. And they got out of position early on, and they lost a lot of their damage, and they could not actually kill the autoloader. And then their Conquerors were alive, which is important, but they didn't have any support. And of course, the Conquerors can kind of outrun those IS tanks.
Yes.
If they're in good position and if they have some support, but if they're alone and outnumbered, it doesn't matter. They just won't. They simply cannot destroy the tanks fast enough.
Yeah, that is very true. The Conqueror, I mean, the tier 9s, right? They're a little bit weaker anyway. Obviously, they have high mobility and they're very fast shooting, but they sacrifice it by obviously having a very weak hull. They're just gonna get blown. I like the word blown up. I said that a lot today, but yes.
Yeah, they're gonna get blown up, and then we saw that there at the end of all things. So we're already kind of seeing, especially in the second game here, kind of how the new meta works a little bit, where it's very slow. It's very much slower.
Yeah.
A lot more patience, harder to kill some of those tanks. We don't see anyone overcommitting early on. Because what we saw before that was really so exciting about the old format is once you got to about a minute and a half, things had to happen very quickly. But getting to that point takes a lot longer, so there's a lot more time for these tanks to kind of be patient and set up and get into better positions. And we saw EL Gaming take up a nice position, even on the attack. They had a defensive position set up on attack, much like we saw oftentimes. I mean, if you want to compare it to another map, is what we saw teams do in the center of Ghost Town, where you rush into the middle and set up a defensive position on attack side. But they did this carefully. They got 3 tanks into the capture point on the train side, which is so rare for Himmelsdorf. But we're switching maps now to Muravanka. It's going to be our second map. And first time we're actually casting this map, a very new map.
For us,
for
anyway,
the Asia
yeah.
League.
It is quite new. Muravanka is the easier of the two Russian towns that I can pronounce. You can pronounce the other one because I can't do it.
Yeah. Don't ask me to do that on cue because I can't, but I'll do it later for you.
Well, we actually like have it up there. But anyway, that's going to be our third map, so I'll have Wolf say that one. But yeah, Muravanka, really excited to see this. I personally haven't had much experience with this, especially casting it. Like we said, it wasn't in Season 1, and we have it now, and so yeah.
It should be, a pretty exciting time to just kind of explore how this map works. There's a lot of different hiding places. There's one of our maps that we described last season for some of the newer viewers as half-half maps. It's kind of got some external parts of the map where you've got the edge that's kind of tree-like and foresty.
Right.
But then the center of the map itself is more of a city map with
like streets and
streets.
Yeah, the streets, the buildings, places for you to hide easily. And then over by the 9 o'clock area, we've got more of like the foresty bushes and stuff like that.
So a lot of tanks, of course, will just simply hide in that forest, try to get cover and take pot shots across. So I feel like we're going to see a little bit different of a composition going into this second map than what we saw on the first map, just simply because there is that little bit more mixture of terrain rather than just being simply all city.
Right. And I mean, we know that the attack spawns a little bit closer to one of the two capture points. So my guess is that they're going to take their tanks and probably send a couple over to one of the capture tanks to defend it and then kind of hide around the other one.
Yeah, the capture points are not that far away from each other on this map. In fact, the map is a little bit smaller than some of our maps. If you look at just its mini-map, then it's a little bit like misleading, I would say. But when you actually see it, it's not that huge. And like last season, eventually I'm sure we'll have big map overviews for you guys. But again, this is kind of the newer part of the season as we're kind of still figuring things out. So just kind of bear with us as we figure out this new format with you guys, because this is very new worldwide. This is not just Asia changed the format. It's kind of cool because I know a lot of you guys who are big tanks fans have, grinded out to get your tier 10 tanks, or just simply, spent the money to get those ASAP, and you like playing with the strongest tanks, and now competitive play and the strongest tanks that you would play with when you're playing, in your client itself are kind of linked together, and I think that's pretty cool.
That is really cool. In fact, I was talking with some of the casters over for EU, and we were all saying, like, this is new. This is totally revolutionary. I can't believe we are having a tier 10 cap. And like you said, I think that's really fun if you can watch what the pros do and then go home and do it yourself.
That's exactly right.
With the tier 8s, it was a little bit difficult because you're like, man, I want to use something stronger, and I understand that part of it. But tier 10s, that'd be cool. You know what would be really awesome? If they just made it like a free-for-all open. Imagine we just had the highest tier possible.
Oh, you mean like tier limit 70 instead of 68? Like we could have 7 tier tanks?
Oh my gosh.
Tier 10 tanks instead
Could you imagine?
of 6? That would be crazy.
That might be a little unfair.
Well, I mean, it would be even, but it would give less variety, I think. I like that some tanks, some tier 9s, some tier 8s are forced to be used as well.
Yeah. I wouldn't, you know what? I would welcome to see a tier 8. I kind of miss them.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we're going to be seeing some of them. We might even see some going into this next match. We haven't yet seen the tank lineups just yet. To explain how this works to you guys who are newer to this, who didn't watch perhaps next season or last season or forgot, the teams will, before the match, submit their rosters, and then they'll get into a lobby and select all those tanks. It's all done before the game starts, and it's just simply blind pick. It's not draft anyway. There are no tank bans in this system. It's just kind of like everyone picks their tanks, the tank lists are shown to both teams, and then we go in with those tanks. Some of the delays we have, of course, are getting the players in the lobby, making sure everyone has their proper connection, because you never want to go into a lobby with somebody lagging or somebody drops out.
And this is an online tournament, so it's not like the players are here. We're not even exactly sure if they're all in the same room or even if they're in the same location. So we just have to make sure that everyone is, ready, has the best optimal playing situation as they do. Also with the maps, before the game start, they do have a pick ban for maps. We have an 8-map pool, but we go ahead and pick only 4. So, okay, having said that, here we are. First game on, oh gosh, I can't say it. What is it?
Muravanka.
Muravanka. There we go. Set number 3. Let's go. All right, guys, here we go. Set number 3. We are here with EL Gaming versus SuperNoobs. EL Gaming this time on the attack first.
Oh, what I can tell you about this map I like already is it's very stormy and breezy. It's my kind of weather.
Oh, man, is this your replacement for Lakeville?
That's right. So far, so good. So we're going to see EL Gaming do what they're known for and go for a faster tank lineup. They're going to go ahead and grab 5 Object 907s right off the bat. They're going to grab the 25-ton as well, and their Tier 8 is going to be the M40. So we're going to be seeing that kind of close up the lineup. On the side of SuperNoobs, they're grabbing 2 T11, T110 E5s. That's a hard name to say. They're grabbing the Japanese STB1.
Yep.
2 Object 140s, a 12-ton, and running with the Object 416. That Soviet tank, Tier 8 as well at the end. So we actually did see the Object 416 every now and then, very rarely on Ghost Town in the past.
We remember him.
It's one of the medium tanks that would sneak in every now and then. So we are going to see the STB, kind of because it's one of the quicker tanks, move over to the forest area we were talking about near the 9 o'clock position. We're going to see the Object 416 hide towards the second capture point. And let's see how EL is going to approach this with all their Object 907s. They're kind of spreading out right now, roaming around the map, I think trying to figure out, scout the defensive position. Notice how nice, because he's able to get to this location so quickly, is just kind of poking over the hill to see where everybody is, and he should be able to pop back down and escape being hit.
Okay, well, yeah, here we go. Zipping around the STB, like I think you had mentioned, it's like the LTTB from before, right? Zip around, all around good tank. And there's nothing spectacular where I'm like, oh, this is why you should pick it. But at the same time, it's an overall really balanced tank.
Yeah, it has no glaring strengths or weaknesses.
Right.
You know, it's a tank that I would recommend to you to pick up if you're thinking about which tier 10 tank you want to get, because this one is pretty much going to be a good filler tank in your role. So we're going to see this SPG here. Now, everyone is kind of starting to say that Asians are, from the information we have, that Asia is loving the SPG meta, and they're trying to bring more SPGs in. And we do see Spring is going to be messing around with that a little bit here. Yeah,
and I mean, especially with the tier 10 or the 9 ones, I think the SPGs are pretty viable here. This will be good.
Obviously, it doesn't have a lot of hit points, so if it gets caught, then you're going to have a lot of trouble escaping and getting away. But as we mentioned before, because we don't have any big lightweight tanks that are roaming around like crazy with this tier 10 format, it's a little bit safer. As you can see just back there, no one's getting anywhere near that tank for a long time.
And like we said, I mean, the faster a heavy tank is, the less armor it has. And so if that SPG can hit, man, that already is going to do some crazy damage.
That's right.
Gosh. Speaking of crazy damage, and NT Lock already takes a ton, and he's down to 89 HP.
And that's what Nice was able to spot for. Nice was sent to the first capture point to disrupt what SuperNoobs is doing, to kind of draw them towards it, while the rest of the Object 907s were running to the right side of the map, and they spotted that Japanese tank, the STB-1, with Nice while he was on the capture point because it was firing him, so they were able to identify where he was and then punish him with that SPG. Now we're going to see Sun Bo take a little bit more damage as well. Yeah,
we've got the object fight here, the 140 versus the 907. Reflection a little too far ahead. It looks like he's going to have to edge back into the little village here and hide a bit. I do like this terrain, like you said. All the little nooks and crannies really allows for these tanks to hide and get good positioning. Kind of miss the American tanks with the good gun depression now that I see this.
Yeah, I miss our T-32s.
Yeah.
Every now and then I guarantee you we will see those mixed in, especially on Steps and Ghost Town.
Oh gosh, Reflection, be careful. He's going to have to slide away. Looks like he's going backwards. And
that's what these Object 907s are good for. And this is, again, what EL Gaming is known for, is the speedier, one-type tank sort of style, where they just spam out a bunch of tanks, usually 5 of them, of the same type, and then use their maneuverability to control the map. And I feel like that style is really going to be helped out a lot by this new format, because there's a lot more time to just simply roam around the map. Now this bush attempt here, this little hide from Hien, could actually spot Black and Newman.
Yeah, I think he can. He is pretty big though. He is easily spottable.
Yeah, the back of him does kind of stick out there.
It does.
It's like hiding, he's like the feet sticking out of the curtain.
Okay, here. I mean, they are going to go ahead and take some shots. As of right now, we have all tanks up and standing. Tang is on the run. He's going to try to get Reflection. Reflection has been the one tank that's just been all around and getting information for his team. But now the chase is on, and it looks like Ironhide is going to try to take him down. Reflection is down to 248 HP. And, oh, there he goes. Ironhide finally does put that nail in the coffin.
And not at a big deficit for position either. That was actually a really good trade for them. And Black has taken some serious damage here as well, forced all the way off to the edge of the map. And SuperNoobs, actually, I would have to give them the positional advantage here. They have control of both objective points, especially objective point 2.
Guan Ren, be careful, man.
He's trying to get behind this house, and he's actually doing a little bit of wiggling here to avoid damage because he knows that people are firing at him, but he's got so many eyes on him right now. He's trying to be the distraction.
Yes, he does. And if you guys take a look at this mini-map here, it just looks like SuperNoobs is, they've got prime location. They're like just smack in the middle of this town. They've got good location behind these houses to be able to pick off different members of EL Gaming. EL Gaming, on the other hand, kind of surrounding the town.
Ooh, a big kill here, though, for Newman on Ironhide. And notice, again, we talk about this all the time last season, but Fox is going to protect Black here so that if he takes the damage, Black survives, because it doesn't matter if you have 1 hit point or 2,000, your tank will still do the same amount of damage as long as your turret itself isn't damaged. But, at this point, position-wise, things were turned around because SuperNoobs got so focused on capture point 2 that they ignored some of the tanks at the back. Now, don't forget, during all of this, Spring is still trying to connect those shots.
He sure is. Spring is, he's just sitting there seeing if he could hit anyone, really. So here we go. 3 minutes left, basically, of this round. We've got Tang taking a few shots. It's come to a point in this game where I just feel like all the tanks are now just coming out and deciding to play. This map, whether it's new for them or not, new map, new tanks. At this point, everyone just seems very haphazard.
I feel like I have to agree with you for sure. One thing I noticed is EL Gaming realizes one of the things that SuperNoobs is doing very well is every time one of their tanks nearly dies, they save it, but it means that tank's not really in the fight.
Oh, wow. Snipe! That was finally Spring. You did something amazing there. That was great.
But I was just going to say, I think at some point Elong realizes that if they just move around carefully, there's all these tanks they can just simply clean up because they're down to like 10% health.
Yeah.
And that's going to be NTLOC at this point. Of course, this is nearly a complete victory for EL Gaming. Only things left are the STB and the Object 140 that are trying to escape and survive for the last 2 minutes here.
I am going to definitely hand it to NT Lock, though. I mean, he has been at 89 HP since like minute number 9. I mean, minute 9. And the whole way down. Sunbow goes down, and it looks like EL Gaming is going to take game number 3.
Yeah, a really tough game, but overall I think they realized that we're seeing against SuperNoobs keep these tanks alive incredibly well, but they're all so low that they simply just start coming in with their mobile tanks saying, you're likely going to miss. All you need to do is hit you once because you're down to 200 hit points, 180 hit points, 80 hit points. So they eventually just cleaned up house. And I think that was SuperNoobs trying to take a run at defense side, saying we can actually time them out here if we have enough tanks survive.
I think so too.
Because they're also missing a tank because the Burt, or is it actually not the Burt, that was in the old meta. With the SPG, that tank isn't able to hunt down other tanks, so it's harder to catch these tanks as they're moving about. Which is a bit of a shame that they allowed one of their tanks to just simply be sitting there and be killed by an SPG in a situation like this. But EL Gaming just playing better. And like you said before, I think it's very clear these two teams are not 100% comfortable on this map just yet.
I mean, the way that they played on Himmelsdorf and the way they're playing now, you could tell they knew Himmelsdorf inside and out. This one, as soon as it got to a certain time, it almost seemed like they were both panicking, like, what do? We need to make some sort of move, and it was just a little bit sloppy. I'm wondering maybe next game when we see EL on defense, do you think they'll use the same tactic of trying to run the clock out?
I don't think so. I also don't think they're going to run with the objects the same way they did this time. I think they might actually try to bring an autoloader and play a little bit more of a defensive style overall. I think they wanted to play that specific style on the attack side with a speedier tanks that can roam around a little bit more. And going to this next map, I think they're going to kind of turtle down a little bit more. But we'll have to wait and see because, again, this is the first time we've seen EL Gaming play on this map. So not entirely sure how they're going to perform for us.
Me too. And I mean, there's also the option of them going more into the city and just kind of buckling down in the city where they're better hidden.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility, right? When you're in the city, you do have the advantage of using the buildings with you, but you have less mobility because there are buildings in the way. So you kind of have to work with that. And if you get caught and someone spots you from the woods, for example, the forest, if you will, then they can hit you from the forest and you can't hit them back as easily. You don't have anywhere to run, so they're constantly fighting or firing at you, and you're kind of pinned down in between a rock and a hard place. So it can be a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, but that was actually really interesting. I want to mention the terrain again. I think this is a map that's actually good for tanks with good gun depression. All the little hills and stuff. It kind of reminds me of Steps in a way.
Hey, I mean, it's totally possible that we could see a T-32 sneak in as that Tier 8 tank if they want to run 6 Tier 10s. Because, you know, for those fans like me who love the old format and I love the Tier 8s that I grew to love through the season, I want to see some of those old Tier 8s, and we will see them sneak into some of these maps. I feel especially Mines and Steps, where we'll see those tanks kind of fit in and do what they did in the old meta, the old patches, etc. But as just simply one of the 7 tanks.
Yeah, I would hope so. Yeah, like you said, maybe we'll see more autoloaders buckle down. But EL Gaming, I mean, this is the premier team, right? They may just be the guys to create a system that works, and then everyone else just emulates it.
I gotta say though, they do not look as dominant in this series as I would have expected them to. They lost a game already, and they also looked, you know, they didn't say. I don't want to say they looked weak. They absolutely did not, but they did not look like they were crushing SuperNoobs here in both the games that they just won. So.
I'm going to go ahead and say SuperNoobs so far has impressed me. I mean, as a new team coming up from the Silver Series, you know, thinking back to some of the teams that we had watched last Gold Series, I think these guys are definitely here to play with the big boys. And speaking of which, then, let's go right into set number 4. All right, welcome back, guys. We are here in set number 4, EL Gaming versus the SuperNoobs, who have been proving to us that they're not really noobs right now. And we have them on the attack this time.
Well, I was totally wrong about my prediction about EL Gaming. They're actually going to be running the same tank lineups anyways.
Oh, wow, yeah, you are.
Running 907s. And for the SuperNoobs, they're going to be running Object 140s. So the Object 907s versus the Object 140s. So it's all about these medium tanks that are basically, I'd say the 907s are faster and quicker, and the Object 140s are just more all around. They're as medium as it gets. Like, they are in the middle. And we're actually going to see a brawl here.
Oh,
this is
wow,
the kind of game
yeah,
you
here
like.
we go. Yes, we have the major terrain, but we've got both teams just kind of coming straight at each other. The 907s versus the 140s. It's like the battle of the objects.
And we have a T-54 lightweight
Yes,
tank.
I was going to mention that. It's so good to see you again, T-54.
I missed you so much. Okay, so that lightweight tank obviously is going to give a little bit more flexibility to vision control and flanking, and it fires pretty quickly. And they have the 12-ton, or excuse me, 25-ton. Just I have my tier 8 words spill out. In that case, tier 6 words.
It's okay, I understand.
They actually have to force this this base capture to stop because it's got 13 seconds left, and they need to get that autoloader on point, and they don't want to miss any shots here. Looks like they're going to wait till the last second to deny it.
But look at that, the SuperNoobs, there's so many tanks right now inside that base. We're not even sure which one it is. Oh, well, you know what? EL's just going to come in and shoot at all of them. Base capture is still down. Oh, it was at 17. Here we go.
Well, this is actually a really bad position here for SuperNoobs. They took way too much damage. Now they're actually walking into a crossfire where there's a concave of tanks on the outside. Spring will pick off Yin first. Ironhide is going to go down next, it looks like.
It sure does. And yeah, like you said, they are right in the valley. The placement of this base capture just allows for EL Gaming to be on the higher ground. They were completely surrounded. You know what? I think if they just had stayed an extra those 10 seconds without starting to shoot and just protect the one tank that was in there the longest, they may have had a chance before this massacre has happened. Enlock right now, last time he was the first guy down, and now here he is, last man standing. But
he got his reload, and let's see if with 5 rounds he can actually kill 7 tanks. I don't think so, but he's going to try. No, he doesn't kill a single one, and that is going to be the end of Game 4, and EL Gaming will take a 3-1 lead.
Wow. I thought that was actually a really smart idea where they went in for the brawl in the beginning. I think it caught EL off guard for a second.
They brought T-54s, they had a fast composition. But, I mean, it was kind of like what we describe as an all-in.
It was.
Where you rush into the capture point, you try to rush it down with 3 tanks, or in this case, basically all of your tanks. 3 tanks, of course, are the amount of tanks you can have max to put the counter down. But with even 3 tanks in there and counting it down, they couldn't get into good enough position. They lost their patience at the last second. It's hard to know if they had just tried to stick it out, if it would have worked. I don't think so. But because EL Gaming was able to, with their also quick lineup, figure out very quickly what they were doing and just simply get in the better position. And that's always going to be the case when you try to rush a capture point like this. And I think it was a bit of desperation that we saw there from SuperNoobs.
I think EL Gaming in this game really showed us why they are the best team in Asia. The fact that they were able to think so quickly. I really don't think they expected SuperNoobs to rush in that manner where everyone went in, because it wasn't even the first 3 tanks. They put in 5 tanks to protect the other 3 tanks in trying to get that quick capture. And then EL just goes, right, we know exactly what they're doing. Bam, we're going to take the high ground, surround them, and get rid of it. And they were able to do it really quickly. And I think that kind of attests to how long they've been playing together, how well that they know each other, that they can just pull off a immediate strategy like that.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So it just does speak volumes to how quickly this team can react and how they like to play this style, this way of roaming together and fighting together. So challenging that almost seems like a mistake to me. But SuperNoobs tried it. Their position was not terrible. So the idea was there. You could look at this and say, oh, this is a solid plan. This isn't that crazy. If the team caller, the shot caller is saying, the captain says, let's try this, I don't think the team's going to go, I mean, this is EL Gaming, this is crazy. It's like, well, no, the idea is there, but EL was able to shut it down. So we are actually going to go into our 3rd map, Prokhorovka.
No, Prokhorovka.
I think maybe the K is silent. I'm sure someone
Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka. It's tough. It's a tough name.
This is really tough. I'm going to have someone to write this for me in Korean.
Start calling this name like P Russia or something. Like
P Russia. Prussia? Wait, that's a whole different place.
That's a totally different place.
Anyway, no, we're not going to do that one.
Let's not go geography right now.
Prokhorovka. That one.
That's right.
All right, it's more like a big open map. We'll just call it the big. Okay, I'll get this eventually.
You will.
I'm telling you guys, I will get this.
Well, it's going to be a long season, so
yes.
I hope by the end of it we can figure this one out.
By February, I promise I will be able to say this map correctly and not make a fool of myself. Then again, I did make a fool of myself of calling all the German maps with the awful Himmelsdorf.
That's fine.
No, it's not
fine. It's fine. Relax, Susie. It's okay.
Okay. Anyway, so here we are. Map number 3. I do kind of like this. The attack and defense on each map.
Yeah, I'm just starting to grow on me a little bit.
Yeah, me too. This is fun. And it really gives us a chance to see more types of tanks, more types of strategy. And, I think it may just keep teams on their feet. Because they can't just be like, oh, wait, we saw this one team play on this one map, this one time, and then be able to really read their opponent.
That's right. And it doesn't mean that your strategy, though, for your side is very important. You don't get a second chance on attack or defense.
All right, here we go, guys. Next game, new map. Let's go. All right, guys, we are here on a wide open map that I cannot pronounce. This is set number 5, EL Gaming versus the SuperNoobs. EL Gaming is up 3 games, and they're going to be on the attack once more.
So if you look at the tanks, you'll start to feel like this is familiar. If you're looking at this shot right here and you think it's steps, don't worry, it's not. But it's very similar in layout and basically how the terrain works. So EO Gaming, as you'd expect, running their 907s again. We're going to bring 4 of them and 2 25 tons. So there's 2 autoloaders that are going to be the damage dealers. And they're bringing that RU-251 that we've seen on steps before.
Oh, RU-251, the zippity zip of all the tanks.
Yes, and on the side of SuperNoobs, they're bringing 2 T-54s, that RU-251. Look at how much damage it takes in the tier 10 meta.
Wow.
It's not going to take a lot of abuse.
He's going to have to use that speed to his advantage, where you can see right now he is quite fast on this map, just going around scouting to see where everyone is. But yeah, he's going to have to really be careful. One more shot and he's going to be gone.
Well, the EL Gaming tanks are all about mobility, whereas SuperNoobs tanks are a lot more, slower paced, especially because they're running the T110E5, which is one of those tanks that just simply is going to take a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
But so far, SuperNoobs getting the better ends of these trades. Let's see if that can actually last them to the end. This map does have 2 capture points that are very near to each other, so unlike steps, it's a little bit tougher to do those rotations, especially because you don't have those lightweight tanks available to you anymore to threaten those sort of backdoor strategies. I don't know about EL's strategy here to run these 907s. I don't think it's going to work out.
Me neither. I'm just seeing right now this brawl right in the middle. There's one train track. It looks like these tanks always love the train tracks, don't they? They're going to go ahead and see if they could feel each other out here. Wow, Black is taking a ton of damage. Iron Eye's going to drive by, shoot him, takes him down. Nice as well. These zippy lightweights are really, yeah.
Well, we're going to see these mediums try to fight the best of them here. The 907s and 140s are really similar in what they can accomplish, but unfortunately this is a numbers game that I do not think EL will win, as now they've lost Fox as well as Spring Newman and Reflection, the last one standing, and SuperNoobs are just going to hunt them down and destroy them. As SuperNoobs are also on the defense, this should be a pretty easy cleanup. Reflection is trying to do what he does best and be a sniper, but Ricky found him.
Here we go. RU-251 is not going to be able to withstand this autoloader here. Ricky
missed his shot, unfortunately, so Reflection lives for now, but Newman is taking damage. Down he goes.
Oh, there he goes. And now it is Spring and Reflection who are left. Ricky is just going to come back and try to finish up the job, and so is he, and they're both kind of on the run, looking for them. Ricky does finish it off. Spring is the last one standing.
They were trying to bait them into Spring, but Spring only has, of course, 5 rounds on this 25-ton, and is already taking so much damage. He's been spotted. It's no longer a secret where he is, and his objective, if you're new for tanks, is to kill 4 tanks in 6 minutes and 45 seconds. He fails at doing so, because down he goes, and it is going to be a 3-2 score overall now for EL Gaming. And a very close first series that we're watching here, very different than what we've seen in the past out of EL.
Yeah, EL, I mean, like we said, we know on steps, obviously, they like the lightweights. They were able to just run around amok. This one, similar map, it didn't work out for them. What do you think they're going to have to do to change this up? I mean, they are on the defense now.
Sure, I think running maybe one heavier tank would probably behoove them a lot. Also being a little bit more slow about their movements. They're playing this like we're playing on steps, and they're running around with T-54s, but that's not the case. They're running around with Object 907s, and they're bringing an RU out onto the battlefield, which got picked off very early.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that RU. If they're going to go with a Tier 8, they should go with a heavier T8.
I like the RU, but why do that when you could just bring T-54s like we already saw from their opponents here, SuperNoobs? I like that choice better. The RU is going to give you supervision, and it's insanely fast. It's like unheard of fast in the Tier 10 format, but we'll have to see if they pick it again. EL is known to be kind of stubborn with their picks. They don't usually switch things around, and usually they're crushing and winning 5-0, so they just keep doing what's standard, what's the best, and not trying anything that's out of the box. But maybe we're going to see them forced to do so here in this match, just simply because they're having a hard time.
They are, but I mean, the RU2... having the RU around for defense, do you really think that's a good choice?
I mean, I think it's just all about the vision. It's not going to be much of a damage dealer. It's just very fast. It's going to be the one that's running around trying to report back to everybody everything that's going on. But it's not a fighter, and it will die almost instantaneously to even just Object 140s, as we saw.
We just saw, yeah.
So I think it's not a bad choice, but it's one of their choices that they made that kind of didn't work out according to plan. It was one of those picks where you go, I see the idea, but that looked bad. That was not what you guys wanted to have happen.
All right. Well, I'm peeking in right now. It looks like they are going to keep the RU. Like you said, then if they're going to use it on the defense, probably going to go around for vision, like you said. But hopefully they'll be able to come out with a win on this one. Yeah, SuperNoobs giving EL a run for their money. Like you said, they are a very strong team, but maybe they haven't been practicing as much this offseason.
Yeah, definitely not looking too strong. Maybe they thought this was going to be like an easy win again like they had last season, but so far they're having a tough time with our upcomer from the Silver League. So they're definitely going to have to take this match a little bit more seriously. They're still ahead 3-2.
Yes.
2 wins to win. If there's a tie, if we go to 4-4, which is still possible, then we're actually going to have that tiebreaker. That would be exciting, but we'll have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see, but here we go. We're going to go into game number 6. Okay, guys, welcome back. Here we go. This is the second game on this map, game number 6. Remember, this is our third map of the evening. We have EL Gaming and SuperNoobs on the attack this time.
Oh, we're bringing in the British tanks here, 215Bs, 3 of them from EL, so they are changing it up. They're going to run 2 907s at the same time, and of course the 125-ton and the RU-251 is sticking with them. Notice how quickly Reflection is able to get up in the front and get vision. They really are playing this like it's steps.
Wow, they really sure are. Yeah, but again, this entire team loves to travel as a pack. If you guys can see on the mini map here, you can see everyone, all together minus the scouter, of course. But we have everyone just going to hang out over by that first capture point. I'm really surprised by this.
I will say I do personally really like SuperNoobs' composition more. They have 2 T-54s, which are going to be beefier and almost as fast as the RU-251. They're going to be better fighters. And with this, they also allow some room for that big tanky tank, the T110E5. And that tank is going to be able to absorb a lot of damage and also dish out a decent amount of damage. They also bring in STB-1, which is like a better version of an LTTB, and an Object 140. So what we're seeing from SuperNoobs is a lot more variety in their composition, whereas EL is kind of sticking to 1, 2 types of tanks and kind of massing them up and having them form up together. But already a great push here from SuperNoobs towards capture point 2, and they're going to set up a decent position here right around this railroad track. Now, I know this map looks like steps, but it's not. It's very similar.
Well, the railroad tracks run parallel. I think that's the difference here. And again, the terrain is a little more hilly than we have seen on steps. Ooh, here we go. Some shots being fired. Ironhide does take a little bit of damage.
Just a little bit.
Yep, but just enough for him to know that there are tanks right on the other side of these trains looking to shoot him down.
Yeah, and...
All right, base capture has begun already.
Yeah, they're just basically got into a really good position on this base capture. But unfortunately, this is something that EL Gaming is just going to charge into and see if they can stop.
Yeah.
Very risky here from EL Gaming, but they think they might just be able to break through the center, poking over now these railroad tracks. Instead of actually going over them, they're just kind of checking, trying to get vision. Keep a close eye on Reflection because he's getting vision from the other side if there's any sort of swing around or other movements.
Ooh, look at Spring though. He's going to come around. He knows that Ironhide is around here somewhere. With that autoloader, going to go ahead and shoot at the T-54. T-54 is going to have to run away because he's going to die if he gets hit one more time. Very, very well done. The BC is just going to hit and stay back.
Ricky was covering Ironhide though. If you check, if you see, it looks like Ironhide knew that he was in a risky position, but Ricky was blocking and actually hit a shot there. And this is definitely an advantage to EL Gaming overall right now.
This is interesting. I like how there's 2 fighting areas above, like in 2 different sections of this railroad track. We have battle going on at like simultaneously trying to catch the one team off guard.
Yeah.
All right, Ironhide still alive, and the 2 T-54s just going to stay together, and Newman making sure that they don't come around to the EL gaming side.
Yeah.
It's like a gang.
Yeah, basically. This is
The
gang
wrong side
warfare
of the
right here.
tracks.
Yeah, don't come on our side of the tracks. So Newman is in a good position to actually stop this position-wise.
Oh,
a big hit there.
Gosh.
NTLOC is dead.
He took a lot of damage. That was quite poor positioning on his end to be able to take that much. But yeah, one man down. EL is definitely up. They still have everyone alive. And Newman trying to look for that perfect time to come around and pick off Ironhide.
Yeah, he's definitely having some trouble finishing him off there, but with such a large advantage to EL on the defensive side, they don't have to force it, and they're just going to play this cautiously and safe. They have almost all of their 25-ton rounds available, I believe, still, so they're not concerned about that. And they really just want to force SuperNoobs to make a bad move. SuperNoobs has the ability to kind of try to force their way into capture point 2, but it's going to take a little bit more of a commitment to that, which will put them in a bad position, which will allow EL to kind of collapse on them.
Oh gosh, be careful, Fox. He is right across from the T110. I'm like holding my breath. I don't want to give it away, but I'm pretty sure they know where each other are.
They do, and Newman actually gets a shot.
Yes,
it does very little
Tang.
damage. This is why I like Tang running on this this T110, because it's just going to give you so much actual, tankiness. It sounds weird to say in a game of tanks, but it's beefy. It's got a lot of armor. It's going to be hard to kill. It's going to absorb a lot of damage. It's going to get your attention. You have to respond to it. But we're going to see now a move out with these Object 907s around the back to try to maybe kill that T-54 Ironhide, trying to sweep up behind him.
I do like how EL's playing this. This is definitely a lot more patient than the last game. We're down to 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Like you said, they're just kind of waiting for SuperNoobs to make their attack, see if they make the mistakes, and just pick it off as the mistakes happen without really rushing anything. They do have 10 minutes, and I think that really plays to EL Gaming's advantage here.
So Newman, rather than going for Ironhide, is going for the last here, trying to make that shot. He does connect one, but it's not enough to finish him off. But it just furthers their lead now, a 3,000 hit point lead here for EL Gaming. Barely a scratch on anyone on their team. Black getting the worst of it. But still, again, hanging in there and trying to force a mistake. Now, this game will likely last for the remainder of this timer unless SuperNoobs makes a move anytime quickly, because EL is in such a good position that there's almost nothing that the SuperNoobs can do except try to eventually force something to happen once that time starts to run out.
All right, there we go. Timer definitely being the 8th man here. Like you've been saying, it looks like, hey, nothing's changed on that front. If you can just play out the clock to your advantage, then yeah, might as well let it happen that way. SuperNoobs really gonna have to do something. Ironhide is still alive and trying to see if he can take some shots, but as of right now, I don't know. I think this is a very dangerous place for him to be. Newman and Guanren on the 907s.
I'm actually so surprised Ironhide is still alive.
Me too.
They really don't want to take any shots unless they're 100% sure they're going to kill him. The base capture has restarted here again just slightly, but it's more of a positional thing where they're just positioned inside of the base capture rather than this being kind of the plan or the play right now. Reflection is actually rotating around now with that RU-251 to try to get further vision of what's happening. And Ironhide still, again, providing so much vision. His position here is basically perfect. He's also very quick, so if they miss him, because it's a T-54, he can get out of there pretty fast.
All right, Nice is trying to take those shots now. He did miss Ironhide pretty badly, but I think Ironhide knows now. He is definitely high on the target list.
Yeah, sure. Reflection is sneaking around over here, by the way, just on the edge of the map, trying to find another angle.
2 minutes and 24 seconds. This clock is just steadily coming down, and EL Gaming holding their position and making sure that they can secure this win.
Yeah. And
SuperNoobs need to do something. I mean, 90 seconds, 2 minutes. They're cutting it pretty close, unless they're going to throw 3 people into this capture zone. Tang does take takes a shot.
Yeah, Black taking some damage, and if he stays there, he's going to take another shot. Looks like Fox is really just trying to cover for his boy here. But, I think Black will survive at least one more shot anyways. And the reload time on that T110 is so
Oh,
long.
look at that. Hien's going to come by and see if he can help out his buddy. 1 minute 40 seconds. They absolutely need to do something. Ironhide finally goes down.
Yeah, and look at the positioning of Reflection means that if they try to capture, they're going to lose that as well. So they're trying to win by elimination here, but they've got such little time left. And they've got only 4 tanks remaining as well. EL is basically just whittling down the last of these hit points. They've got 80 seconds, SuperNoobs, to do something here to make a huge play, but now they're down to Ricky, the last. Hien falls here with only 70 hit points left, and it looks like they're just going to go on a hunt now because they know that with only 110 seconds left, capture is impossible here for the last. And that is going to be game here.
That's going to be
game.
game.
Is going to take a 4-2 lead.
Oh, man. Yep. 60 seconds left. I mean, what's Ricky really going to do?
He's going to die, Susie.
Oh, he's not dying fast enough.
That's what EL is thinking. One more shot will do it.
One more shot. Come on. Come on, Black. It's you.
That's
yeah.
the ram kill.
And actually, he rammed himself to death. That was a suicide mission right there.
Suicide mission. He wanted to go.
Look how tiny his tank is.
He wanted to go into game 7. 7, that's right, yeah.
Yes, game 7. Yep, he was just like, I'm going to go in with a bang. And so he just went ahead and killed himself. But
this puts EO Gaming on match point as we end our 3rd map, going into our 4th map, which is going to be Steps, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. EL's got the advantage on this one. EL
run
love.
T54s. I'm like, that's not the right tier. Like, what are you doing?
But I have a feeling we're going to see a bunch of Object 907s again.
Yeah, I think so too. Probably the RU, based on what we've seen from them already. I think the RU fits a similar role on Steps as it does on our new Russian map. It's hard to pronounce. So I think that seeing that style again is what I would expect to see. And I also think, based on what we've seen from SuperNoobs already, again, very limited look into their playstyle. They're probably going to run something about the same as what we saw here. Going to run one of those 110s, you know, big tanky tank for extra support. We'll see how they work on this one position-wise going into Steps.
You know, the T110s kind of remind me of the T32s, just like, but beefier and tankier, which obviously, now that I think about it, would be really good on this map because of that rocky terrain. But yeah, you're right. Possibly, and we're going to see the Object, what is it, the 140s? The 140s.
Yeah, well, 140s and 907s both possible. We'll have to wait and see what EO Gaming wants to do on this map.
Yeah.
Because I think they're the ones that are a bit more stiff in what they do. They don't change things up too much. And we'll see what SuperNoobs have planned also. This is EO Gaming's map. It's the map they changed the world on, and they built a career almost off of this map. And basically, it's how they got famous. I mean, they won, of course, on every other map in the pool to get to where they were, but this was the map they were known the most for, where they loved to just play speedy tanks and fight. And I think today they'll probably show us something similar to that. They are on match point. 1 win here will do it. However, if they end up losing both of these maps, we will go to tiebreak on Ghost Town, I believe, is the tiebreaker map, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it Ghost Town? I believe it was...
Oh,
Mines.
No,
No, it's
that's
Mines,
right.
yeah.
Mines today.
And that's another map that we know very well, tried and true. That's a very tactical map, so we're going to have to...
I'm really excited to see that map, because that map was like the most technical with all these new tanks. I'm like, oh, what are they going to do? Are they going to run, you know, some T-54s running down the beach like old times? Or what are they going to run an RU-251 over there to get vision? Are we going to see the SPGs coming in to make an appearance? Lots of different possibilities.
Definitely lots of possibilities. I'm kind of, I mean, I've been taking notes this whole time, and it's going to be interesting. After today, I'm going to go home and try to study what we've been watching all day, see if we can get a better gauge of how super noobs are really. We already have an idea of how EL Gaming plays, but with these new tanks, you know, they tweak their strategy a bit.
Absolutely. So we'll have to take a look as soon as everyone is ready. Just taking a look at the lobby. We've got all admins in there and all 14 members.
I'm going to go ahead and give you spoilers. Object 907s are going to be on this map.
Yeah, we're seeing just all the tanks kind of get locked in here before we start and jump into this, what could be our final map of our first series. Only 2 series today, but normally we'll have 3 series for you guys in a given day, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah, definitely. That's a lot of maps that we're going to be going through.
Absolutely.
I am kind of, it is growing on me. As the day has been going on, it's been growing on me. I'm wondering which maps that the next set of guys are going to pick Immortals
right.
versus Super Friends.
I'm sure as soon as the series ends, we'll probably have those on screen for you guys. There's no doubt by now they have been decided because you can't wait forever to pick those matches. There's no time limit.
Well, like we said, it's basically there's an 8-map pool, and each team does a pick band. They go back and forth and choose these maps. So we'll get back to that, but here we go. I think this is game number 7.
That's right.
All right, guys, welcome back. Game number 7, or set number 7, rather. EL Gaming versus the SuperNoobs. Again, EL up 4 games, SuperNoobs with 2. This is the last one. If EL wins this, then they win today and 3 points on the ranking ladder for them for week number 1.
Well, spoiler alert, Spring is bringing out that M40, M43 SPG again. And we are going to see all 907s in a 25-ton. So this is starting to look like exactly what EL Gaming would have done without the SPG.
They would have done this with the
with a 12-ton and or possibly with 2 LTTBs. But anyways,
they would have done this with the T54 lightweights, right?
Yeah. And now they're going with 907s instead. They're like, oh, what's the fast tank that can fight in this meta? Okay, it's a 907. We're going to use that instead. And notice the positioning here for SuperNoobs. We've seen this before. This is the exact sort of positioning that we were seeing in the past. Although, instead of leaving a T32 to the north, they are bringing that 110 E5, the exact same thing you were talking about. It reminds you of the T32 because it can kind of sit there, get vision, it's tanky, it's not going to die. They're leaving it towards where you would have had the T32, but they're moving as a pack in general. It looks like they would also like to fight. And they're bringing 2 STBs. So they have a little bit tougher tanks with those 140s. So again, the variety in the lineup goes to SuperNoobs. They have 2 STBs, 2 140s, and 2 254s.
I mean, I don't blame them. They are on the defense as of right now. EL wants the zippy tanks so that they can try to go ahead and win this quickly. That's the way they like to do it. This is the map for them to do it. Oh, and there we go. Spring is going to try to take some shots, scare off the enemy.
Now, I don't know about this. Running the SPG on this map has only been tried by a few members. Spring wasn't even usually the one who was doing it. It was Reflection who was running the SPGs. And Opolis, we saw him do SPGs on this map as well last season. But we're seeing Spring try it, and I think he's going to have mixed success on such a large map.
Well, you know, with the with this new, I don't want to call it a patch, but this new meta with the tier 10s, you know, the SPGs are stronger. And so I don't blame him for trying it. Like you said, everything has to at least get once or twice through, right? This is interesting. Here's EL all spreading out now. They are everywhere on this map, while SuperNoobs, same strategy as we've seen before in Season 1, where the defense just kind of spreads himself along that eastern coast where the land dips down a bit.
That's right. And you know, where the T32 normally be on that hill, they have the T110E5. And we do see the 2 objects, 907s, posturing around, perhaps going to take a little bit of a pop into that capture point. As you see, it's Black and Guan Ren. And the SPG, again, continuing to try to fire shots, but no big connections just yet. Now, my biggest worry for EL Gaming is that Newman has already lost the majority of his hit points on that big damage dealer. So they have got an SPG. That means a lot of lost damage in a direct fight. And now their 25-ton is down to 600 health. So in a straight-up fight, if SuperNoobs can actually force that, they're going to have an advantage. So I feel like EL Gaming's best bet here is to try to kind of hit this wall at an angle where they can grab some of the object 140s first, or maybe take off an STB1, and then after that, win with their better superior numbers. With a stationary lineup, the stationary position that we see for SuperNoobs, you would think that Spring would be able to get a few more shots connected, but he's still just not having that much luck. He doesn't have a lot of vision, and this is going to be a tough time.
You know, I'm surprised that they didn't do the tactic where they push up one of the tanks. Now that they're tier 10s, they have a lot more power to be able to push them up. So last season, if you guys don't remember, over on the east side, up the mountain, a lot of teams used to take an RU-251 or some really, really light tank and push them up all the way to the high ground where you can't really get to them, but then they would have an amazing vision all
coverage,
around. Exactly.
Protection.
And shoot people. So I'm kind of surprised that they didn't decide to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like if you got an STV up there, it'd be really cool. I'm not 100% sure. I'll be honest with you, Susie, if it's possible to push some of these heavier tanks up there. But it looks like, with what we've seen so far, I would guess that it probably is, considering all these tanks are much stronger. But we've only seen, this is the first time we're seeing steps. Maybe that meta will evolve as time goes on.
Well, I mean, I know that they were doing it in EU, so I mean, might as well. If EU's doing it, and they start the league first, maybe that the Asia team may pick up on that.
No doubt they study, right? Because the best teams are in Europe. We do see these Object 907s moving together. This is more of what I was waiting for. This is the EL Gaming I wanted to see. They're heading right towards Hyun and Sunbo, and Sunbo needs to sound the alarm as soon as he sees these tanks, because they need to get everybody down here or they're going to get ripped apart. This is EL Gaming's best shot with this composition to take a win here, and they're going to try to 3v1.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, here they're going to try to sneak on in.
Base capture is occurring during all of this as well, so if they bring everybody back, then they might actually end up losing due to base capture. Hyun is in a great position, though. He's drawing them all the way up the hill.
And he does manage to take some HP off of one of the tanks of EL Gaming, but he's going to be surrounded. Fox is behind him. He's got Nice. Even if he does get Nice, he's got Reflection, Black, and Fox to answer to. And it doesn't seem he's going to be able to survive that. The last goes down as well, and EL Gaming is in a very good position.
Yeah, that was really well done. I just want to say for Hyun, anyways, it was a terrible situation he was in, but he made the best of it. I don't know if it's going to matter in the end. We also see that I believe it's Guan Ren is leaving the base capture to join up with the rest of these tanks. They want that fight. They have that tank advantage, which is exactly what I was talking about. You get that tank advantage early, and you can use that to win the fight, because Spring is not going to be in a straight-up fight. But if you can get that early tank, then you've got the better tank composition, even with an SPG.
Here we go. Tang took a ton of damage as well. Like you said, that tank advantage. Now it is a 4v7 at this point. EL knows that they don't even have to capture. They just have to go ahead and pick off every member of SuperNoobs. Right now, these SuperNoobs, look, we have 3 tanks all grouped up together. This is very poor positioning, where it's just going to make it so much easier for EL to come in, surround them, and pick them off. Ricky takes a ton of damage, and one by one, they're just going to get chipped off. HPs dropping like flies. We've got Newman down, but doesn't matter. Sunbo goes down, 2v6. There's nothing SuperNoobs can do. It looks like EL Gaming is going to go ahead and win this game.
So they are going to take that win there, and they will close out with a 5-2 score, which will give them 3 points. In fact, going into our ranking screen, so it's going to be the first win of the season, and EL Gaming takes it as you might have expected. But SuperNoobs, not looking like noobs.
No, not at all. You know what? They actually put up quite a fight. And EL, I'm not sure how they felt coming into this today. They may have been like, they're from Silver Series. Maybe they're not that great. Maybe they didn't practice. But I think they kind of set the tone now. EL should know exactly what they're going to be facing up against next week. And, I think they play Karen Tigers next week as well. So we're going to have to see if EL puts in more work and becomes better, or if SuperNoobs just got lucky. This is the first day, so we're not 100% sure what's going on. But man, those were some pretty good games.
I feel like EL Gaming played a little bit predictably today, because even though we hadn't seen them play on this new format, they did about as what we'd expect them to do. They're kind of running towards their strengths, but I feel like their predictability did hurt them a little bit. And I wonder if a better team like Karen Tiger might be able to find some holes in that and take a win. So really tough to say at this point. It's very early on, as you mentioned, but EL still looking strong. But SuperNoobs, I feel like if I had to compare them to what we saw last time, they might be like a little bit better than even like Horsemen.
Yeah,
we saw from them last
I
season.
think so. All right, well, that was quite a first match. We're going to take a short little break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, and we will have Immortals versus the Super Friends this time, and we will see you very soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Luke Neller and this is Best Replays of the Week. This week we have an E75 holding off a wave of enemies, the little tiger who can, and a fine display of scouting from the east. Let's take a look. The first replay this week is a textbook example of scouting from the SEA region. Banzai Attack takes the AMX 1390 onto the fiery assailant to show us how it's done. Banzai charges forward to catch the enemies crossing the railroad, opening fire as soon as the gun is ready. 3 shots and a quick retreat before the enemy artillery can lay in an accurate shot. The reload is a good time to quickly check the west, and then it's back to the center for spotting and skirmishing. It would be good to find a target for the remaining rounds, but the E75 is too tough and dangerous. A reload it is then. And anyway, it's not like a scout needs to fire. Spotting the enemies is quite enough. That does look tempting though. It's time to do some damage. The collision slows Banzai down enough for an enemy to get a shot in. However, payback is swift and deadly. Another shot is taken, rushing to the E75's aid, but the results are worth it. Enough shells remain to finish off a T-32. The victory is pretty secure now, and Banzai is free to go hunting. The hunch about the SPG position is spot on. The rest of them are here. Fighting a rival AMX uses all remaining shells, so Banzai can't kill the last arty directly. So spotting it for allies will have to do. That just leaves the TD, which blows up moments later. Victory! A very nice display. The passive scouting was very effective, and the active hunting positively deadly. Well done, scouts! Next up, Mr. Wiegand drives a wall of steel called the E75 on Westfield. This tank is famous for its durability, but the enemies have a lot of hard-hitting Tier 10 machines in their lineup. Wiegand takes point and heads west. There's a large enemy force here, but the damaging hit is friendly fire from behind. Watch your shooting, team! Wiegand fights well, doing significant damage and surviving many shells. The allies aren't doing so well though, as they fall one at a time. Now the E75 is practically alone, holding off a third of the enemy team. The wreck of a fallen ally gives some much needed cover. A rival E75 charges down the hill, and Wiegand has to leave cover for a while to deal with it. Nice shot, but losing the last ally on this flank is a major blow. Wiegand is left facing 3 enemies alone, and now it's 2 against 5 for the whole map. There's nothing to be done but to dive in and try to even the odds. The first attempt goes badly, the intended target gets away, and the last hit point buffer is gone. That's better. 1 down, 2 to go. The remaining ally shows up and helps in dismantling the E50. It's 2 versus 3 now. All premium shells are gone, but the IS-7 is showing its weak side. 2 against 2. Hold on, object, help is coming! Or not. Damn. The E75 reverses back into cover, but the enemies have decided to cap. Wiegand trusts that the enemies don't actually want to win with a cap, and it proves to be true. They are coming. And here's the first one. The AMX-30B loses the first exchange, but takes out Wiegand's trap. It's not repaired in time, and the next shot ends the game in a loss. Oh! But what a fight! You can't win them all. But Mr. Wiegand really gave it the old college try. Better luck next time, Steelwool. Confederates do their best regardless of the battle tier. Gorozias' Porsche Tiger is a little out of its league in the next fight, but it goes fearlessly after every target it can see. The map is Sacred Valley, and the Tier 9 encounter battle was fought on an EU server. There are only 4 bottom tier machines in the fight, and all the others are light and fast. But so what? Gorozias follows half of the team north and fires on the first enemy unfortunate enough to show itself. After a few exchanges, it's clear that the armor of the Tiger P means nothing against these opponents. On the other hand, the enemies don't seem to pay much attention to the bottom tier heavy. The Tiger's gun doesn't do much damage on this tier, but it has accuracy and penetration. Gorozias keeps hitting enemy after enemy, gaining no kills, but doing plenty of damage. And all of a sudden, there's just a single enemy left. Gorozias dives in and scores the hit that ends the match. Victory! We can't claim that you carried the game, but that was the most damage done in the match. It was also a good example of the Confederate spirit. Well played. Next up, a crucial contribution. Lord JDK from the EU region does everything possible to carry the team on Live Oaks. Let's see how it goes. The matchmaker smiles and Lord ends up in the top bracket. The T-54 first prototype's engine is a little underpowered, but that doesn't stop it from taking point in the push for the town. This Cromwell seems a little suicidal, and its troubles are soon over. A little while later, another Tier 6 medium charges into close combat. What is it with these guys? The Churchill is the next to fall. This is all going rather well here in the city, but the enemies are breaking through in the south. Surprise! The Tiger II gives some trouble, but that's still 2 top-tier heavies taken out rather handily. The city is secure, and Lord races back to defend the cap circle. The low-accuracy gun is performing remarkably well at this range. No invader for you, Panther! Lord JDK is playing an amazing game, but the ammunition is starting to run low. The prototype carries only 34 shells, and most of those are now gone. Can the Soviet prototype beat the Chinese copy? Looks like it can! Another one bites the dust, but Lord is down to 80 shells and out of allies. The crew fight to the end, but without proper ammunition, they are doomed. It's a loss, but a heroic one. That really deserved to be a win, and so we'll recognize Lord JDK as the crucial contributor of the week. Maybe leave out the HE shells next time though, And for the last replay, we have a traditional Top Gun rampage. This time of the autoloader variety. Butter on Toast from the North American region heads on to Westfield and lets the AMX 1390 off the chain. Go get 'em! Butter sets up an ambush and waits for a suitable victim. This one's a little tough. How about these guys though? That's better. The AMX is a challenging target, but it dies soon enough. Did this type fall asleep? That was a bit of a slow start. 5 minutes in and no kills. You can do better than this, Butter. The next skirmish is pretty intense, and it finally gets Butter the first kill of the match. So there you are, minding your own business and reloading your gun when a tank charges down the hill out of nowhere. Boy, was that close. 4 shells loaded and the cap needs to be cleared. Another ally dies, but who needs allies when you're going for the Top Gun? Let the killing spree commence. 1 down, 5 more to go. And that's the last ally dead. The endgame is 1 against 5. The enemy reset the cap themselves, giving Butter time for a reload. Let's see if the capper is still there. Yes it was. Where did the other one go? That artillery support makes this quite dangerous. Well, speak of the devil. Hello there. And another one. Bang! Bang! You as well. Bang! Bang! That's much better. 6 kills and 2 enemies to go. The tank wasn't spotted, so Butter stays in the bush for the reload. The last enemy tank shows itself before it's done, and so does the artillery. Splendid. Both enemies fire, and the SPG misses by a fraction. They do both miss though, and that means the game is over. Victory with 8 kills. Things picked up very nicely after the slow start. A nice Top Gun victory to end this episode on. Congratulations! Plenty of damage.
Welcome back, guys. Here we are on the very, very first day of Season 2 here at the WGL APAC-ASIA Gold Series. If you haven't met me already, my name is Susie Kim. This is Rolf Schroeder, and we are here with the second game of the day. We have, well, first we had EL Gaming versus SuperNoobs, who proved that they are not noobs at all. Now we've got Immortal versus Super Friends.
That's right. So it's a pretty super matchup overall. Let's take a look at today's matchup, in fact, and take a look at those upcoming maps.
All right. Like you guys saw, and like we just mentioned, match number 1, those were the 4 maps that they played on. We got all the way to steps. And now we have Immortals versus the PvP Super Friends. And first, the maps look similar. We're throwing mines in there now.
Yeah, mines is gonna run in here. So with our new format, we'll see up to mines, at least potentially steps as well. But this map pool that we're seeing for the second match is going to be a lot more familiar to those who watched last season. Of course, the exception being the first map, where we have already seen. It's a very similar map. The steps very open and not a crazy map. Cliff going to be our tiebreaker map, another newer map. So a lot of people are more familiar with Immortals than they are with Super Friends, and people who watch the APAC League. However, the Super Friends have played in other leagues here in Korea, other online tournaments that happened before this league even existed. Their most famous player is definitely a guy called Batman. But, you know, I feel like they actually might be the favorites here. I remember last time when we got the rosters for Gold League, I was like, oh, it's this Run team. What's this TCSG team? I don't know these teams. Where's Super Friends? Now they're here. They were playing under a different name before, but many of their members from their old team are all together here now. I look at this team and I think they're kind of favored over the Immortals personally. I think they're going to do really well here.
Immortals did end about was it 3rd or 4th?
Yeah.
There was some dispute because of horsemen and people not showing up and whatnot. I'm going to put them at 3rd, 4th. They're both the same. They did end very high, and that's under EL Gaming, who obviously took and ran with the entire season.
Right, Karen Tigers and B Gaming as well.
Right, and so after those two top teams, Immortals did get up there, which tells me they are an incredibly strong team playing against a team that is now in our league. Obviously, they made it through the Silver Series. I'm not sure what happened last season, like you said.
Yeah, it might have hit a tough team or something.
Or they could have had a roster change of some sorts that we don't know of. Like you said, Batman and Superman are still on, and Robin are all still on Super Friends.
That's right. Now, if you're not familiar with Super Friends, it's actually an old Marvel comic that was actually adopted into a TV show, I think in the either late 70s or early 80s, with Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, and Robin, I believe, was some of the main cast. I think Aquaman makes a few appearances, but Super Friends is this old goofy show, which was a really funny show. It was like a superhero show, but it had a little bit of comedy to it. It's almost like all the heroes were kind of like roommates or something. But, you know, that concept and that playfulness that we see in this team name and also their IDs means that this team is very laid back. They're not super hardcore, but they also are very good friends, and you know, I think that will be reflected in their communication and team play going into this tournament.
And I mean, just based on their names, I mean, I think a lot of them are based out of the Philippines, but they are a Southeast Asian team, members from all over, just representing Asia. So that's actually really awesome to see as well. You may know them quite well. I think this is going to be one of the first times that I really get to see them in the Gold Series here, at least, and versus a team like Immortals, who we've been following all throughout the season. Immortals, team from Vietnam. Now, early in Season 1, they weren't that great, but over the course of the weeks, they ended up becoming pretty strong. And like we said, ending 3rd, 4th in Season 1 for the APAC-ASIA Gold Series. So this is going to be quite interesting, especially with all the changes that we have right now.
The Immortals is always on the cusp of Horsemen. They were very close to each other. Horsemen always kind of had the slight edge, but they were definitely miles above TCSG, Run, and even team efficiency. So we're going to see this team, I'd say, do fairly well here. I think what we're going to see from Super Friends is, again, they're being tested. We haven't seen them play throughout an entire season. They're playing in Silver League. We don't commentate that. We don't see all those games. And that was even a long time ago. So what form they are, we're going to find out right now. Just like we saw, we're the SuperNoobs. You know, how good are these guys? How well are they playing? How well have they practiced? You know, did they spend a lot of time? What style do they have? We're going to find all these things out for the first time today. And even today, after we watch up to potentially 9 games from them, we're still not even really going to know. It's just our first taste of how this team likes to play. We'll have to wait in the coming weeks to really get a better idea.
Yeah, I'm actually that is kind of exciting. Like today, we watched in the first series EL versus the SuperNoobs. Yeah, we knew EL from last season, but considering that they keep doing this attack defense on all different maps, we're really getting to see their creativity and their versatility and the different strategies that they use. It's going to take us a while to really grasp their play styles, and I think that's it's fun and a challenge for us as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm excited with this new format to see how the Immortals are going to do, because the Immortals are a team that definitely changed their roster a lot, as well as changed their tanks from game to games quite a lot.
Yes.
Pulling autoloaders out of the picture entirely, putting them back in, running 5 IS3s. They really just did whatever they wanted on every single map. And we're starting off on steps here, so I wonder how aggressive they're going to be.
No, we're starting off on the other one that's like
that's
steps.
right. Oh, that's right.
The one that we can't pronounce, guys.
Starts with a P.
Prorovka. Yes, something like that.
Something like that's hard to say.
Guys, we really apologize. Our Russian, really bad. Really bad. And
At least it's in English characters, because those really cool Russian characters I write, and I can't read those. They are really cool, though.
Like I said, I promise that by the time February rolls along, I will learn to pronounce that map, because I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot of it. It is very much like steps, and very, very open map. We have 2 train tracks that go parallel to one another, and as we saw in the last set, it was interesting to see that each of the sides kind of, take their own sides, and yeah, we're gonna have to see. But you were right. It is steps for the first matchup.
Looks like they're just doing a test run first.
Oh,
actually.
is it?
Yep, just going to be a test run. They're still making sure everyone is in and sorted. But we got excited because we normally don't look at our actual in-game screens, and then a game came up and it was like, oh. But yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a test run here first before we get into this this game. But just making sure everyone's got the right connections and everything is in and hooked up. And obviously, this sort of downtime will happen less and less as the tournament progresses, but this is obviously Super Friends' first time playing in a WGL league, whereas the Immortals has a lot more experience. So maybe they didn't show up all on time or had some computer problems that they got to work out. But I got to make sure all of our refs are in here, and we're doing a new thing with our tests. I noticed where we bring all the members from the entire roster, and not just the ones that are on the 7-man that are going to be playing in the game.
You guys can't see this, but I'm watching this right now, and there's like 9 on one side and 12 on the other, and I'm like, wow, I don't think this is allowed.
It's not legal, but it's just something to test the ping and to make sure everyone is in here. Okay, now if in the test game Super Friends loses to Immortals when they have like 4 more people in the game, I'm like, we might have a problem. I think the Immortals might crush them, but this is just a test game. They're not doing strats. They're just going straight into the middle and fighting each other.
All right. Well, let's kind of talk about the map. Gosh, I can't even say it. Anyway, big open map, and we just saw EL Gaming. I'm so sorry. EL Gaming went ahead and used Object 907s now quite a bit, almost as if they were using the LT54s, the lightweights, as they did on steps last season with the tier 8s.
Yeah, we basically saw a really similar style. We saw a really aggressive movement-oriented style spreading. Now, the difference between this map and steps is because of those train tracks. We see a lot of, I almost want to describe this with my hands because I don't know how to describe it in words. Well, the train track is in the middle, right? And you have tanks on both sides, and they kind of pop up and check each other constantly because there's this train track in the middle.
And the train track is like on a much higher ground, so literally you have the tanks. It's kind of
like a big ramp. Yeah, it's like a big ramp that goes throughout the entire map. And in order to get vision, you have to go over the ramp, which makes you exposed, even some parts underneath your tank where you never want to expose that if you can help it. So we do see tanks usually try to go around the railroad track and get vision from a different angle because going over the track itself is basically suicidal, as we saw a few tanks try to do. And that's why one of the tanks, I can't remember who it was, on SuperNoobs, but I was Iron Man or whatever his ID was. He's new to us. He was actually sitting there right in front of 3 tanks, but they simply couldn't kill him because they knew if they went over the tracks, they would expose themselves to a bunch of fire.
Ironhide.
Ironhide, that's
there
right.
There we go.
And he was hiding in plain sight.
He's one of the newer guys. We are getting to know every single one of these guys. You know what was really cool, and I know it's kind of off tangent, but during the grand finals, we actually had Karen Tigers and EL Gaming here, and it was so awesome to actually put a face to a name because we had been casting them all season. And apparently they watch our stream too. So hi guys, it's pretty awesome that we got to meet you last time, and hopefully we get to see you again.
It was really cool meeting all the Tanks players in person because everyone was so friendly, and as big of fans of them as we were, they were also our fans.
I know.
It was like this moment where everyone was like, yeah, we did it, we made it! And everyone was really excited to meet everybody. There were a lot of pictures were taken, a lot of selfies. Everyone is smiling, and everyone just really in good spirits.
Yeah,
overall.
I think that's what's interesting about these online tournaments is like, we don't really get to interact with the players, but we get to know them through their tanks and through their gameplay. And when you actually see them, it's like my best friends. Like I've seen them twice a week, every week.
You know them so well, but you don't even know what their face looks like. It's the weirdest feeling.
Horsemen just look like horses. That's one thing we learned.
Yeah, I hope that if the horsemen actually make it to the finals this time, we get to meet them in person. They'll just wear horse masks.
And they just all nod.
Yeah.
And they don't say.
Knows. There's like the unicorn horse too. We're like, I don't know who that is under there.
Yeah, I think there's rumor that it might be a female player, but nobody knows.
We never were able to figure it out.
Never
Could have been Feluso, actually. All the people were speculating that it was Unicorn, who's actually not currently on the list.
Well, we will never know. It looks like the test run is over. They're going to go ahead and see if the roster's okay. Unreal Rogue, again, leading the Immortals as he did last season.
Yes.
And he's going to go ahead and give those okays. I'm kind of excited to see if we're going to get started here.
I'm just going to make sure the right map is chosen, battle duration set properly, and basically we're going to jump into attack defense as before. It is going to be
Prohorovka.
I think it's a silent K. It's just Prohorovka.
Prohorovka. All right. I'm going to have to go ask one of my Russian friends after this and be like, guys, fix me, please. I need it.
It's tough. We're never going to be as native or natural as them. We just aren't. Sorry, Susan.
I'll write it down in Korean because Korean is a really phonetic language. Yes. It might just be easier for me to read it that way. But yeah, we'll have to see. It looks like the map has been loaded. We're just waiting on everyone to say okay, and we can get into Game 1. I'm so excited. I want Game 1 to start.
Yeah, so am I. I'm pretty hyped, and I think again, it's just going to be a test of how well these Super Friends are playing these days because they didn't make it in last time. The Immortals played very well. I would have given them the edge over the Immortals before last season, and I want to say they made it back into Gold Series. So they should be as good as they were before, so I kind of want to give them the edge here too. But just not a lot of information is known about Super Friends in recent times, and that just isn't even that important what we know about the Immortals because we're in a completely different format where everything has changed, different skill sets, different strategies, different tanks, different time limit.
Everything's different.
This is a whole new season, and put emphasis on new.
But we're the same.
We're the same.
Except
my beard's like a little bit more handsome.
I think your beard is actually looking quite nice. It's filled out a bit more. I've been trying to grow mine out.
Still not really seeing it.
No.
I might need a microscope for that one. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm working on it, guys. Maybe one of these days I could have a beard as majestic as Wolf's here. But
you can keep dreaming.
One day it can happen. You just wait. One of these days I'm just gonna stick a beard on and come and
I had crazy story. I had a nightmare last night where I woke up and my beard was gone.
Did it just fall off?
It was just gone. I don't know what happened. Maybe it fell off, but it was just gone. I was like, oh, I don't have my beard anymore. I look weird. And then I woke up and it was still there. I was like, oh, thank God, everything's okay. I was like, it's cold outside. It's getting really cold in Korea right now. I need that to stay warm. It's like my mini scarf,
Your face scarf?
My face scarf.
Wow, I wish I had a face scarf. No. Like I said, I'm working on that beard. It'll come in one of these days. I've been trying to do it for over 30 years, but one of these days it may work out.
Maybe you might just want to buy a fake beard. Maybe that would be.
Or hormones.
Yeah, I mean that could, if you want a more permanent solution. Yeah, it could work.
That could work. All right. Yeah, I'm
as
actually.
You guys can tell, we still have a bit more downtime.
Yes.
This game.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about the tanks then. Like we said, we mentioned the Object 907 that we've been seeing a lot of on these big maps. And as soon as I said that, they took it as a cue and they were like, you know what? We're going to go into game number 1. So here we go. Game number 1 is ready. All right, guys, welcome to the second set of the evening. We have the Immortals versus the Super Friends, game number 1. And it looks like Immortals are going to be on the defense on this incredibly large open map.
All right, so let's talk about tanks. We are going to see the Immortals run that one T110E5. 2 of them on the side of Super Friends. We're going to see 3 25-ton autoloaders and 2 T54s. Oh, the Catan, I missed him. We see a lot of new players, though. Unreal Rogue is playing this
he's
time.
actually playing.
He was the captain and didn't really play at all last time, but he's actually going to be in-game with us. Hades as well, who we saw very rarely is playing.
Rap is new, and
Rap
Tom
is new,
Hanger.
and Tom Hanger is also new. But going to the other side of things for Super Friends, Batman is in-game, Superman is not. 3 Object 140s, no 970s, 2 T54s. And I gotta stop talking about the tanks because look, we're gonna have some action here. It's gonna be like steps. It's gonna be that very quick engagement here.
Yeah, you guys can see on the actually you guys can see on the main map here, everyone is just gonna come right down into the middle of this map. There is this railroad track that's trying to hold them apart, but it looks like that's not even going to be used. People are just taking shots left and right and getting hit. Oh dear.
Well, I just want to point out also one of the IDs of the players on Super Friends is Little Mac. He's a very famous Nintendo character from the old Famicom days. They love their characters. They like to name themselves after
really
existing
cute.
characters. So a few exchanges here, a few trades, but overall the better trade's going to the Immortals, which is always a scary thing when you're on the defensive side. But notice again how the railroad tracks work so much in your favor. And so eventually, Super Friends had to back off. Oh man, Antari taking a ton of hits but not damage. Although I say that,
he's getting hit from all angles possible, but he, you know, the T110E5 is a pretty tanky tank of them all. It's very versatile, but you know what? When you're getting hit from 5 different angles, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to survive that.
Nope. Well, we're going to have a crazy second engagement here. Unreal Rogue in perfect position at the front, blocking a lot of that damage because his tank definitely is the beefiest, the one with the most armor. Hades is out of position. They need his autoloader damage to win this fight because it is going to be everyone together. Hades is missing as well as the Catan. They're both out of position here, and this means Super Friends is going to fight a tank battle where they're ahead in tanks. Will it matter, though? They might be able to turn this fight around. There were several thousand hit points behind, but now they're closing it in.
They sure are. This is just going to be a brawl right here at the tracks. It doesn't look like there's any strategy going on. They are going to focus fire down, though. Hades is going to take a huge hit, a little bit more, and he's down 72 HP, gone. Kane does finish that off, and now we have a 3v4. Little Mac, though, he is pretty low. He's going to have to make sure that he can do some damage before going down. Rap, look at him. He's just kind of causing a ruckus, trying to take everyone over to him while he does damage. Katana is going to stay behind along with Tom Hanger to clean up. I don't think that's going to happen.
There's almost no way that the Immortals can win this fight with a 25-ton and a T54 dealing with the T11 T110 E5, which we'll find a better way to say.
Let's just call it the T110.
Okay, I like that. T110 is definitely going to be the challenge. If they can kill that, then they can try to outmaneuver these tanks, especially the Catan. He's on the fastest tank on the map currently. But look, they know where he is. They're just going to outmaneuver him because, I mean, they're position-wise, knowing everything about what's happening. Tom Hager only has 4 rounds left on his autoloader, and now make that 3. And he's going to have to hit all 3 of them, and even if he does, he's going to have a hard time finishing this off.
Yeah.
He might even have a better chance of just trying to run and hide on the defensive side here.
You know what, though? It's 6 minutes left.
Yeah,
like we
format.
said, each of these rounds, right? I mean, if it was the round before, he'd have like, what, 3 minutes left right now, and that's probably possible. With 6 minutes left, it's an entire game left.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to hide either on this map.
He's in such a bad spot. There's no way he's going to get out. There's 3 tanks focusing him down. Super Friends are going to take game number 1 here.
Yes, they are. And the Object 140, I mean, just as fast as this autoloader. And so there you go.
Haphazard engagements there from the Immortals. Started off good, but eventually they just got worn down in that fight. Their positioning wasn't as good. They started a fight with one of their autoloaders and one of their T-54s on opposite ends of the map. It's like there's a battle going on in Africa. You got 5 tanks there, they got 7, but one tank is at the South Pole, one tank's at the North Pole too. I'm like, those guys just aren't there, okay? They were like literally at the top and the bottom of the map trying to get vision, and they didn't realize quickly enough that it was going to be a 7v7 fight. with
right
two of
in
their
the
tanks
middle.
missing.
Yeah.
So that was a lot of lost damage there.
Well, I mean, you play and you learn, right? And if this was like last season, the team would have been able to have another shot at it on the same side, but no, they cannot.
Yep,
They're now going to
only.
switch sides now, and yeah, this is fun. I like this.
Yeah, so we're going to switch sides right away, going into our second map of Prorovka. And so we're going to go into game 2 with the sides swapped. I feel like we're going to see a similar game based on these two teams showing us their style already. What's different than what last season is, game 1 is often the feel-out map where you see, like, okay, what kind of comp are these teams running? Because sometimes teams will run the same composition on both sides of the map, especially on maps that are like steppes, like Prorovka, where there's not a ton of terrain advantages or disadvantages for either side. But now, without that feeling out match, you kind of end up getting this set where both teams probably run both the same comps that they think are the best both times, because there's not a lot of room for experimentation. You have up to 2 games on each map, not 4 games, and that makes a huge, huge difference.
It really does make a big difference. And again, when they go back to study their opponents, they're not going to have as much information as they would have had last season. And I think that's to... Remember last season, by the midway point, we basically knew who the top 4 were going to be. And I think that is because of the format, that they were able to really study their opponents. But come this season, it's going to be a little more difficult and a bit more challenging. And on that note, we're going to go ahead into game number 2. All right, guys, welcome back to set number 2, Immortals versus the PvP Super Friends. And Super Friends did take that first game. Immortals are now on the attack.
Yeah, just taking a look at tank lineups here. We're going to see the exact same. Well, obviously, sides are switched, but nothing else has changed. 2 25-ton autoloaders for the Immortals, and they will have to... If we see another brawl, I think that's the best way to describe these sorts of fights.
Yeah, I think so too.
If we see another brawl, they need to be there. That damage will be required. And it's not that they made a mistake to be out where they were. It's just that the response time to return to the battle was a bit slower, even though it gave them good positioning because the 25-ton, one of them, was basically free from damage. Who just wasn't there to give the damage when it mattered most. And then, of course, found himself being eliminated as the last tank, just barely trying to hang in there.
Okay, well, you know what? Already we could see this is a little bit more different, a little different from the first game. The Immortals going to take a different route. They're not going to bash their heads right into the Super Friends like they did last time, even though they are the ones on the attack. Super Friends, I think they were waiting for it. They're just kind of hanging out at the railroad tracks, but now if you look on the mini-map, you can see that they're going to disperse and see that they're going to cover all grounds and check to see where the Immortals are, since the Immortals didn't come for that fight.
So take a look at the position of the Immortals to the east side of the map. They're taking this plateau area where they're up on a high ground, and they can actually see over the terrain at certain angles from that high ground. And they're basically just going to try to overwhelm the Super Friends with better positioning in that regard. Notice how the Catan, again, can come all the way up to the track, but if he goes over it, he's a dead man. So these 2 T-54s, the quick tanks, are the ones that are going to come up and scout, listen, try to figure out how many tanks are there, and go up and down very quickly and avoid damage that way, literally dodge the damage while wiggling, as you see the Catan doing here, but cannot cross the tracks. Crossing the tracks is just simply a big no-no. Any Tanks fan will tell you that.
Crossing the tank. You don't want to go to the wrong side of the tracks, Wolf. That's just bad.
So it's like crossing an international border where, it's illegal to take a separate cross. You're walking into like a
that's like North Korea
zone. Yeah,
that's like North Korea and South Korea. Is that what
don't cross the line. All right.
All right. So here we could see, a lot of Object 140s. Last game we saw with Eli, it was more Object 907s. The 140s are just like, it's the T-54s of the Tier 10 medium tanks.
Yeah.
Right? And like we said, there are no light tanks in the tier 10 mode, so medium is going to have to be the quote-unquote light tank here, the faster tanks, right? And, ooh, the Sirius getting some serious hits. I don't think that's where he wants to be.
Yeah.
He does start that base capture.
He does.
But...
And Rap joined him, but they're not really putting on any sort of pressure. Super Friends knows they can easily just deny the base capture and get a good trade. And that's what we saw there.
I mean, at 85 seconds, he's not that much of a threat as of right now. I think they're just going to hold off onto him. Oh, the map decided to glitch a little bit, but it's okay. We're back. Object 140, Little Mac, and Ted Maru.
Just looks like it was actually just a bad camera angle for a second on the fog on the edge of the map. Don't freak out, everybody. It's just that fog that lets you know that that's the no man's land.
That's the no man's land.
On the edge of the map.
Yep.
If you stay out there too long, you just die. So you don't want to do that.
No, you don't. Look at the Catan. This is what we're talking about, guys. The railroad track that's kind of like a ramp right in the middle. Even though they are so close to one another, if you could see the sixth sense right now, it would be all going crazy because they know it's there, but they can't quite go past that ramp and not get hit.
Kane's gonna take a risk.
Oh, he is.
It doesn't pay off. Catan is looking the exact opposite way, but he's not able to take that shot that he wanted to. Base capture is ongoing, but with 72 seconds to cap, they're not really worried about it. They're just gonna let it go. They still have 5 minutes and 52 seconds left to defend.
All right, Antare and Spec Ops, the two big heavy tanks right now. They're just going to hold their ground. Catan, however, just going back and forth in this little zone. If he could see what I see right now and what you see, there are 4 tanks right on the other side of these tracks. And here we go. They're going to start taking shots at the Catan, see if he can catch him off guard. A Rap in the back.
Rap and Kane Catan and Kane are in this super funny position where neither of them can shoot each other and they know it. If they took a risk, they could while the other one was looking, but they don't know which direction they're facing, so it's just never a choice that they can make. So it looks goofy, and I know if you're watching them, it's like, no, just fight each other. They're just right on the other side, but it's just not that simple.
It's not. Well, Rap, I think right now in the back is trying to attack and not slack. Sorry, I had to. No, but I really think him and Hades going back and forth to see if they can give cover to Catan here. But wow, Catan really holding his ground. I'm surprised. Look how close they are, but...
It looks, especially from our observer's point of view without first-person view, it looks like they should just be able to fight each other, but it's just, as you mentioned, it's just not that simple, especially with coverage from other tanks on the other side. Even if they're not looking the way that you are, someone else is, otherwise they wouldn't be in that position.
Okay, here we go. The storm over the tracks is going to try to go. Wow, but you know what? They do take down Hades. Hades is out of rounds now. He is done. However, all 4 tanks took a ton of damage. Was it worth it?
I don't think it's going to be worth it in the end, but let's see if I'm proven wrong here. The Catan is in a risky position. He might actually be the next one to fall. In fact, he will.
He will be.
And this is starting to look really bad for the Immortals. In fact, Super Friend's going to take a huge early lead here. Rap is going to go down as a next tank. He's trying to do as much damage as he can on his way out. But he's attacking the wrong tank. He's attacking that T110.
All right, Tom Hager is in the back trying to do some damage here. If you guys don't know, that BC 25 ton, we keep seeing it every game. It's almost like the AMX 1390, just an upgraded, souped up version of it. It's going to be the last guy left, though. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to hold on for his team. Sun goes down, and now it is a 4v1.
Yep, and this is going to be hard pressed for him to actually kill all those tanks.
I think so too.
He'll either have to do that or stay in the base capture for 90 seconds alone. And he is one of the quicker auto loaders, so he's going to try to escape and do his best.
Yeah,
he's not even ready. He's still reloading.
Well, Super Friends, again, being on the defensive side, they have the advantage here. They can just run around town for 3 minutes right now and win this game, or just shoot him and kill him off. I think that's what they're trying to do.
Yep. And that's what they're going to go for. The game is already over. Make no mistake,
here
Tanks
we
fans.
Go.
And the last shot, who's going to get it?
Everyone's fighting for it too.
Tedemaru's going to get it.
Batman gets it. And that's going to be the game. PvP Super Friends takes game number 2.
Yeah, taking an early lead, kind of leaning towards what I was predicting here in this series. I think the Immortals definitely putting up a good fight. And some of those fights were really even, but obviously once you start to get an advantage, things snowball. very bold move by Super Friends to actually go over the tracks for their tanks. And they wouldn't have done that without the vision that was granted by their teammates, always kind of checking the arc around. They saw that the Catan was alone with one other tank nearby. They stormed, killed one, 4v1. They killed the Catan 4v1. And then suddenly it was a 7 versus 5 tank battle.
Well, they saw that Hades was there, and I think Hades just kind of peeked up a little too far to show that he was by himself. It was about 4 minutes left of the game. I think that's a good time that's about time we would have seen an attack in a 7-minute round.
Right.
So for the first 3 minutes, I mean, it was setting up, really getting that vision, seeing where their opponents are, and then they went for the kill. And like I said, I wasn't sure if it's going to work out because they did take a ton of damage, but when it's a 4v1 situation, both times, I guess it works.
You know, I really thought that it was going to be a bad choice. I even said so, you know, when I was broadcasting that game, I thought, you know, I don't think this is going to be worth it. But the reaction time was just not there again for the Immortals. The same as we saw in Game 1 with the reaction time to send their autoloader and their T-54 to the battle was just a little bit slow when they needed to be there ASAP. So that slow reaction kind of caused them to lose that game, I'd say, overall. And also just not having vision. And just simply not expecting that risky style, because if you are expecting this and those 4 tanks roll over the tracks, it's suicide.
Yeah.
And so that's why we don't see that very often.
All right. Well, I mean, one thing that we have learned now from both sets is that on we had it. On this map and on steps, on attack and defense, most teams are going to stay with the same tank composition. And it's really interesting to see that they're going to hold on to that. Wherefore, on a map like Himmelsdorf that's coming up next, we'll probably see a bit more variance.
That's right. Himmelsdorf, also 2 very viable capture points on this map. We see most games on Himmelsdorf, you know, revolve around early rushes to that corner point. But we do sometimes see teams like EL Gaming, and we've seen Karen Tiger and B Gaming also slide the strategy in, and even one time TCSG trying to take that rail side capture at the,
that's
the
right.
depot.
Yeah,
but, you know, like we saw today even, they tried to get that rail side capture point, EL Gaming did, and it didn't actually work out. That was one of the games that they lost. But I think that we're actually going to see both Super Friends and Immortals go for that more standard push up to the castle and move towards that corner capture point. The tanks that they're going to use, though, we don't know. Probably going to see a lot of E50s, I think, and
the E100s.
Yeah, E100s. Maybe even the upgraded Waffen is totally possible.
That's true. IS-7s.
IS-7s also viable, and IS-4 isn't even out of the question. And we could even see, depending on how they want to play it, an IS-3 as the Tier 8 tank to kind of fill the last spot. It's crazy to say IS-3 as the filler tank, because
I know that was like the main tank. That was our tank
of the tournament. It was the main one. It was the biggest one.
He's not anymore. All the tanks have grown up. It's a new season. You know, our babies have grown up. We're just gonna have to accept that fact.
Yeah. And that's just how it is.
That's just how it is. We did see the mouse once. That was like the tankiest of tanks, which is weird because it's called mouse, which you would expect to be like.
Which literally means in German mouse, actually.
Yeah. Which anyway, whatever. But yeah, we got to see the mouse, huge tank and really slow tank. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they decide for these games, what these teams decide, and at least we know Himmelsdorf. We know this map quite well.
Yeah, we do. This map is again all about that corner cap. You get the high vision. Sometimes with autoloaders, like we saw 5100s being the autoloaders of choice up there. Mm-hmm. Again, 5100 Tier 8 tank could be the Tier 8 that fills with all sorts of Tier 10s, if that's what they want to do. We could see different AMXs from either the 5120s or the 50B. Totally possible both of those AMXs to fill in for the Tier 9 side of things. We really just have to wait and see what these guys are going to run with, because it's still early days.
Yeah, do you think they're going to use the Conqueror as much as the first 2 teams did?
I don't think so. I think that was really kind of a push towards the rail side capture point, which I don't think these teams will do.
Okay.
Especially not the Immortals, because that was absolutely never their style when they played in the past. But again, it's a new meta. It's a new format, so everything could have changed. They might have changed their playstyle entirely over the last few months. Finals were in August? That was about 3 months ago. So it's been some time since this league even ended. And even before that, the Immortals were out of the tournament. So it's been a long time since we've seen them actually play.
Wow, was it August already?
Yeah. I think it was the beginning of August we had
our grand finals. Time sure flies.
That it does.
I mean, all that time. No wonder your beard is so majestic.
Yeah,
You've had that much time to grow it.
Yep. Grow it, trim it, take care of it, make sure it's all right.
It's like a chia pet.
Something like that, yeah. It's chia beard.
A chia beard?
Yeah.
Do you like water it every day and then make sure it grows better?
Well, you should see the ads where like there's just a picture of me and it goes chia and like my beard comes out.
What country is that one in?
I'm not sure, Susie.
Oh gosh, I don't know if I ever want to see that. That's really scary, actually.
Chia pets are crazy. Did you ever have a chia pet?
Actually, never had a chia pet.
No, I never had one either. My grandparents are all about that though.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just not our generation, chia pets.
Yeah, I think it's a bit older for sure.
It is a cool concept, though.
Yeah.
It's a really cool concept. But why do you need a chia pet when you have a chia beard?
Oh, I don't need one. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Well said, Susie.
All right, it looks like, the next map is Himmelsdorf. We are getting ready. I think they're going to load now, and they are ready for us to cast them. So here we go into set number 3. All right, welcome to set number 3. We are in the city now, guys. This is Himmelsdorf Immortals versus PvP Super Friends. And we've got the Super Friends on the attack first.
All right, so Batman is my hero because this is what I was saying we might see. I was like, well, we got that tier 8 spot. We might have a 5100. I think they're going to send Batman to the castle. Maybe even up there with Little Mac. We got a 50B on Super Friends side as well. They're running 3 IS-7s in that UK F7-2155. For the Immortals side, we've got the Catan on a 5120 instead. They're running 1 9. Running the Conqueror instead, though, on the Sirius. And they're running 3 IS-7s and 2 E100s. E100s being super duper beefy. They have 2,700 hit points. So they're going to be able to take quite a lot of beating. And as expected, guess what? Going up to the castle. Batman is on the poking spot. He's on that sniper spot like I expected.
I can't believe the AMX 5100 is now the filler tank. Like you said, like this was like the go-to heavy-duty, high DPS tank, and now he's the filler.
But he's still heavy-duty, a lot of DPS. Obviously not as much penetration, not as powerful as he was before. But a lot of rounds to work with, which is important because in the past, or not in the past, in recent times we've seen these autoloaders that only have 4 to 6, but the AMX 5100 is more bang for your buck per round.
All right, this is interesting. As you guys can see, all of Super Friends just grouped up. They're going to go up towards the castle and then back down again. They want to make sure that they can go to that second base capture point and see if they can surprise them. I mean, it looks like Q is going to go and sit in that, that safety zone spot to capture it.
This is basically both teams. Well, the Immortals knew what Super Friends was going to do, and Super Friends knows the map pretty well. I'm going to be pretty disappointed if Batman goes first. A huge mistake. A huge mistake. Why would you have your AMX 5100 in front of your IS-7? It's not as important in our new format as losing a 5100 was a few months ago, where it's like, okay, you just lost the game. You can put your 5100 at front, but that was a novice mistake to have him positioned like that. Now, unless the whole plan is to hide behind the husk,
I was just thinking that too. If that was the whole plan, they just want a big tank to die quickly and provide cover fire. That's pretty nuts.
Well, they probably should have just used an IS-3 if that was their plan, though, right? Like,
or a much bigger tank that's like so big that will take up the whole space.
But I mean, it's working out for them so far decently, and the base capture is down to 36 seconds.
It is, but you know what? They are down 1 tank. It is essentially a 7v6, and Kane is going to take a little bit of damage as well. 41 seconds left, but you know what, Spec Ops, that AMX 5100 is not doing a very good job hiding him, and he's continuously getting hit and resetting this base capture.
Because there are 2 IS-7s in there, though, they basically can just eat anything. They're not IS-4 level, but they are super duper. They're the highest, most advanced IS in the game. Like, and obviously, for those of you guys who don't know, World of Tanks is based on real life, and they are the best IS tank to date, the newest and best, the latest and greatest Soviet IS tank.
In the Soviet Union? Because, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, cool.
We're actually going to see the Gatan get a shot off on Kane here. In fact, 2 shots. Kane needs to reposition because he should not be just taking, especially at this range, so much autoloader damage. Wow, that was pretty beefy damage that he just absorbed there.
That was. All right, so right now it looks like they're at a standstill. It is still 6 minutes, 20 seconds left of the game. And I find this interesting that Immortals really haven't done much right now. Kane does go down, and Super Friends is down to 5 tanks now.
The way I look at this game, and this sounds really silly, but I feel like Super Friends has tried to oversimplify it. We saw this type of strategy attempted in the early stages of the tournament last season. Everyone was doing this every time. No one was sending anything to the railroad side. There was no confusing plays. There was nothing tricky. It was just like, all right, corner is the way we play. We go to the corner, try to stop us there. We're going to get a better fight. But the Immortals are very well practiced against this because it was the meta that we played on this map all of last season, where they played a whole tournament like this. And it seems like just now Super Friends is realizing, oh, this isn't going to work.
Yeah.
And we're already down to 530, and they're down 2 tanks and 5,000 hit points.
They sure are. Hades does take a little bit of damage, but it looks like Super Friends are going to have to change up what they're doing, or at least pretend like they are going to change up what they're doing, because Immortal seems to have them read very like a book, like a complete open book. And yeah, like you said, they're down 2 tanks now, down to 5 minutes left on the clock, and all Immortals have to do is hang tight and have the clock tick down.
Yeah.
Keep denying the space capture, and don't die. I think that's the story of this game right now.
It is basically at its most basic level how the rest of this game should play out. But I don't think Super Friends is going to be able to make anything work. This Conqueror is going to be very vulnerable to 3 IS-7s.
Oh gosh.
And also
goodness.
that UK tank.
Yeah, goodbye, Conqueror. I mean, it is a tier 9
The
tank.
Conqueror becomes the Conqueror.
Yeah, well, as we expected. But you know what? In a way, that might have been a good thing, because that allows all of those tanks to come together, and maybe the Immortals can just go ahead and pick them off. Yeah, just like that. We have Unreal Road, Hades, and Sun sitting back. They obviously watched the Sirius die, but then they got a very good read on where Super Friends were, and they're able to pick them off one by one. It looks like now everyone is going to come together and just try to finish it off. Antare taking a lot of damage. He's going to go down. Spec Ops, probably the next one on the IS-7. Oh, goodness. But while they're at it, 2 members of the Immortals fall. It's actually pretty close again.
Little Mac obviously has a ton of damage he can blast off with that tank destroyer, but I just don't think it's going to be enough to save them. Kill will take out Tom Hager, and it is going to be a 3v2. It's just that the tanks that are left are so powerful. Sane is going to blast out Kill. The last man standing here will be Little Mac on a tank destroyer alone. He is reloaded, ready to go, but he's going to have to get some serious crits here in order to win this game, and I don't imagine that's going to happen.
The Sirius is already dead. I don't know. Sirius can't crit. Oh.
I'm sorry, Little Mac. That's what
kidding.
I meant.
Anyway. All right, well, here we go. He comes around the corner. He sees that there are Immortals right in his face, and there's really nothing that Little Mac can do right now. He goes down, and Immortals will go ahead and win their first game.
Yep, very well played. And I feel like, again, the strategy that we saw there from Super Friends felt outdated. It felt like they were oversimplifying the map. They were playing like we saw, teams play 4 or 5 months ago, which is no longer the way that this map is really played. Yes, the corner capture point is strong, but people have found out how to counter that. They found out how to play defensively against that and play patient. We're now in a meta where there's a lot more time involved, so you don't need to do that. You also don't have the small tanks to put in there. You don't want to put an AMX to do 100 at the front and die instantly. That was a bit of a mistake, I feel. It almost feels like it had to be intentional that they did that, but I just can't understand the choice. I personally don't think it's a good one. But that's it, and because we switch right away sides, we're never going to see them try that again, at least not until next time they play on the map.
No, and I want to see if Immortals will go ahead and try to use that same tactic.
Or if they do, how will they do it differently?
Exactly, because like you said, they've been doing this tactic all last season in the Gold Series as we've been watching them do it. Or will Immortals go ahead and follow EL Gaming's footsteps, go over to the railroad side and catch them off guard?
I don't think they'll do that.
No?
I have to say, I think The Immortals is just going to try to stick with what they know, but I think if they are going to go for that corner capture point, they are going to do it a little bit differently, maybe less aggressively, a little bit more patiently, maybe more tanks on the high ground first, perhaps not putting a 5100 right in the line of fire of those other tanks.
Get the Waffen on top and just try to shoot down the northern road there. That could be a way to help out.
Slow and steady wins the race on this map. That's just how it goes.
Oh, well, that definitely gives an advantage to the defending team, though.
Yes.
I think this is one of the maps where it's really difficult for the attacking team to win.
I felt like at the beginning, I felt like this was an attack-favored map. But the more I watched it, the more I felt like, this map is really balanced. It's just tough either way. I felt like it was really tough to deal with the strategy with the small 12-ton in there because it was tiny, it's hard to hit. You have an IS-3 blocking for it.
Right.
Really, really difficult to get into good position without putting yourself in a bad position. So no one would win by base capture. They would just simply win by, you have to deal with the base capture, and then you end up losing the fight. And you can't retreat because you've got mostly heavy tanks on this map. But on this tier 10 format, there's not enough small tanks to hide in there. You're never going to get 3 tanks in there, really, or if you do, you're not going to be in a good position. That's true. So I think the strategy is still viable, but it's not as strong. And I think that the defending team definitely has a lot more options.
All right, well, we will see if Immortals will be able to change it up, see if they are going to use the same strategy or not as we head into game number 4. Oh, not in game number 4. We're not ready. Never mind, guys. They were testing something out, and I guess they pressed the wrong button. But
yeah, it looks like actually one of the members of Super Friends did not connect.
Oh, yeah, that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. It's okay. We will, yeah, we just got notification that one of the members are not connecting right now, and so we will just have to wait and see if that last member can come in. That would be really disappointing if they would have to lose just because they didn't have a member connect.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is actually going to get really weird because to give you guys the full updates, right now the Immortals are actually moving because no one's communicated to them, in fact, that we're having a regame. If they show their strategies and then they have to replay, that would be pretty bad. So hopefully someone can get the message across to them ASAP. Because if they show their strategy here and then we have to regame, that will be pretty not good.
Yeah.
To put it lightly.
On one hand, at least we know that this game is not being broadcasted, so no one can be watching what we see and tell the other team.
I want to, yeah, well, actually, I was going to say I want to, well, I mean, I guess I can talk about the Super Friends tanks because they are not moving, and also they're, the Immortals are not watching the broadcast, they're playing, and there's a delay on the broadcast anyways, and they already know the opponent's tanks. But there's a 1390 they're running, which is one of our older Tier 8 tanks from last season, and I am excited to see that 1390 in action. It's Batman again, so last game we saw him on the 5100. Seeing him on the 1390 means that he's definitely wanting to still bring that auto-litter as their Tier 8 tank.
Now, the 1390 is definitely smaller. Remember what you said about the 12-ton, right? Right. So,
but he's on defense now.
That he is on the defense. So I'm just wondering, what usage would he be able to have with a 1390?
It's just a bunch of extra damage boost, I guess. And if you're trying to aim at the tanks that are going in the corner spot, you might be able to get this better angle where you're less vulnerable yourself. But usually the 1390 ends up being a cleanup tank that comes out and just finishes off all the tanks that are down to like 20% health.
Yes, but it's a Tier 8. And so I'm saying, I mean, against Tier 10s, will it really clean up?
That's a question that we won't really know the answer to until we see the game actually play out. So really curious myself to see how that's actually going to work because that tank is, really powerful versus lightweight tanks and other medium tanks. And against an IS-3 where it can outmaneuver the IS-3 is in a bad spot. But versus these IS-7s, not so sure how well it's going to perform. So I'm excited to see how it's going to do.
The E100s are pretty beefy as well, and I'm not sure if the AMX 1390 really has the firepower or the penetration to be able to get through to these huge tanks. I'm just trying to think if there's a better choice for him in the Tier 8s that he could have used, something that's faster but does a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised we don't see an IS-3 being rolling in on that Tier 8 spot because I think it would fit the composition nicely.
All right. Well, it seems like we did get the connection issues resolved, so now we are going to go into set number 4. All right, guys, here we go. Himmelsdorf, set number 4. Immortals versus PvP Super Friends. Immortals did take one game. Now it is 1-2, and they are now on the attack.
All right, so 4 IS-7s for Super Friends, 2 50Bs, so 3 autoloaders. They want to bring the fight to the Immortals this time, but they're going to have to set up a good position to make sure those autoloaders are safe. Like you said, the E100s that the Immortals are running here are very, very, very beefy at 27 hit points apiece. They're also running 2 of their own IS-7s, a Conqueror and the AMX 5100 and 20. So we're seeing the same composition from the Immortals in the second map.
Wow,
now,
look at all those IS-7s, man.
They're actually using the 1390. Batman is using it just like you would see a 12-ton run up right into the courtyard and try to get vision. The IS-7s, though, are pushing to the left side, so we're seeing the Immortals play a very different style to what we saw Super Friends play, and in fact, they're playing more like EL was playing in their set on the attack on this map.
That's what that's what I said. I because of the quote-unquote outdated gameplay going up towards that corner, what's it called, flag point. Yeah, I think Immortals are going to go ahead, emulate EL Gaming. They are the best team, like we had been saying time and time again, and they're going to try to see if they can utilize these railroad tracks, the little depot, and take that base capture instead.
The Catan did get one shot off, but took a shot on his own, wasted spent 2 of his rounds. So he's not going to be as useful up there, and we'll probably have to make a full retreat at this point in time. But position-wise, notice that if you look at the mini-map, you can see that there are 3 IS-7s covering capture point 1 to the west. And any sort of move towards that direction would be risky at this current time. The Sirius is also in Antare's line of fire. He's doing some nice wiggling here, though, to avoid fire so far.
Yeah, Sirius also did take a shot at him. Didn't really connect, like, again, just now. But, you know, at least they are going to exchange fire. Let each other know. No one is connecting, really. Catan also trying to get in on this from the high ground. And both teams are pretty equal in terms of how much HP their members have lost. Overall, Immortals have 2,000 more HP, just about, maybe 1,500.
That used to mean a lot more than it does in Tier 10 format, though.
Yeah. And here we go. We are at 7 minutes and 33 seconds. So now it's kind of like the beginning of what it would have been last season. We've got the AMX 50Bs heading up towards the castle.
Oh, this is really interesting. This is a really unique style of defense. We've almost never seen a team try to recontrol the top. And I don't think that the Catan is going to have any idea this is happening. And then suddenly he's going to get blown up in seconds by his autoloaders. He knows something's happening. He's got a sixth sense. He's like, where are they coming from? What is going on? And he's going to get ambushed. Watch this. Here we go. He's going to show himself, and then he is going to get blown to bits.
He is. He's going to have to back away. He's like, oh, I made the wrong turn, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come into your party, but nope. It looks like Super Friends, they show no mercy. The Catan goes down very, very fast, and now Catan is going to go ahead and tell his teammates, dude, there's a ton of them up there. Super Friends all up on the castle.
They're just trying to wear down the Immortals by taking their position away from them and defending from the attack side, essentially. Now, we're going to find out right now, do 2 E100s beat 1 IS-7? I think the answer is yes, but if there was any doubt, we're going to watch it happen here live.
We're going to watch it happen. I mean, that's a lot. That's almost 2,000 HP being chunked off. That ricochet does help him stay alive a tiny bit longer, but it doesn't really help. This gang of tanks are going to roll down and see who else they can pick off on the way. They're just going to skirt outside of this courtyard, but that is scary when 4 of them are traveling together in a pack. We've got Ted Maru and Spec Ops obviously preemptively seeing this. They're going to try to pick off one of them. Sun does go down.
Sun goes down, like sunset. But we're going to see these tanks go through this danger zone, and the positioning here for the Immortals it just was incorrect. We just saw that E100 and the IS-7 do. 80s and Rap went right into the line of fire without vision. Rap may actually die for it. He barely survives. We're seeing these tanks barely survive.
I know, they're so low on HP. Rap with 270, Sirius almost at 200. We've got Lil Mac with 9. I mean, Yeah, they're just going away, chipping at one another, and at this point now, it doesn't even look like Immortals really has a plan.
Yeah.
They're just going to try to get in there and maybe pick them off, but to be honest, I think the game has already been lost, especially since there's 5 full minutes left, and they're down to 4, maybe 3.5 tanks.
Well, this is just crazy. Like, there's simply no reason why you would try to challenge tanks that are set up defensively and hope that you're going to shoot first. They basically poke saying, oh, maybe I'll shoot him first. So that's just not how this works. They're looking down where you're coming.
Yeah.
So
and
just feeble attempts here by the Immortals at the last second. And they still have technically a chance, but all the Super Friends need to do is play safe, play defensively, and hang in there. They've got the hit point lead. Batman's coming in with his 1390, and he's swinging around that autoloader like nobody's business. He's looking for Tom Hager.
I mean, Batman's still doing damage to Unreal Rogue on the IS-7, so you know what? Maybe these 1390s still can do quite a lot of damage. Rap is the last guy left. What's he gonna do with
he's 276? He's gonna try to camp by himself.
Yeah.
That's what he's actually heading towards the. He's heading kind of
That's
towards a capture point.
actually kind of sad in a way. Sad and valiant at the same time. I'm not
There
sure.
he goes. He's on the edge.
But you know what? If he steps in, everyone's gonna know that he's there. There we go. 99 seconds. 99 seconds.
Here comes Little Mac. Little Mac. Boom. There you go.
Done.
Even with the ricochet, he's down solo.
And Super Friends are going to go ahead and take their 3rd win. 2 more, and they take the series. But you know what? We'll have to see.
Now, the really cool thing about that game was when Super Friends decided to retake the castle from the defensive side. I cannot think of a single game where that actually happened last season, where they just said, all right, you're up there. We're going to sneak around back to where you are, take control of that on the defense side, and then basically be behind enemy lines, shelling at you. Then as soon as they realized that even though they only did a little bit of chip damage there, I think it threw the Immortals in such disarray. The Immortals were all focused up on the castle, then they left the castle,
Yeah.
and then the castle was open, and then they were able to sneak into getting better positions. And then the Immortals, even though they were not out, they walked into that long hallway where there were 3 tanks waiting, and they were like poking out and then taking a shot and moving back, then poking out. I'm like, no, they're still there.
No, they're there, guys.
They're still there. They're still looking for you. It was a bit strange that we saw there.
Yeah, and you could see by the end, I mean, I think in the start, Immortals really had a plan. Towards the end, not so much. You just kind of, like you said.
I think they got frustrated. I think they
Yeah.
were like, let's move on to the next map. This is too frustrating. I don't want to deal with this right now.
I don't know. I think they were just kind of like, let's all in this and see if we can win it. But
Yeah, I mean, basically that's what I'm saying. Except they were just like, I think we've lost this. We were in such a bad position. What are we supposed to do here? Let's just try to go for one last fight, and then or maybe we get lucky. We get a pick when we poke out like that. But in a normal situation, like the one we just had, I mean, that was pretty normal. They're all waiting for anyone who might accidentally pass through that or just expose themselves. And they were literally showing themselves there, so it was never going to be a good situation. But, I think they were just trying to take risks because they were behind, and I think they knew that they were so behind that a win was virtually impossible. But Mayans is going to be our next map.
yeah,
First time this season, first time on the new
tier,
format.
the tier 10.
The tier change.
Yeah, the tier 10 format. Mine's, well, in case you guys don't know it, super technical map. It's got this big mine in the middle. It's like a mine island, so it's the higher ground. And before, we had always seen a mixture of tanks, very heavy and light. Obviously, we don't have any light tanks, so it's probably going to be heavy and medium mix. But we're going to have to see if they use similar strategies where they rush. Whoever captures that mine first basically has an advantage. We've also seen lighter tanks go towards the beach on the south side of the map.
Near the lighthouse and then going around the docks. I think we might see some object tanks take that sort of path to do something similar to what we saw our T-54s do in last season's meta, last season's patch, last season's format. But we'll have to wait and see. We could see rushes towards the middle of the map. We could see some T-110s rolling in as well, just because they're so good at absorbing damage. If you're going to make that aggressive push like Run or TCSG would do. Or even Horsemen sometimes would do, rushing towards that island.
I mean, I guess if we're going to go with tanky, we could see the IS-4s show up on this. An IS-4 or 7 kind of go to the middle, and like you said, the objects, probably object 140s.
Yeah, I would say a 140 is most likely. I don't think we're going to see any IS. If we do, it'll probably just be one.
Yeah?
Because I think that they're too clunky, they're too slow. And one thing I can't believe I even forgot to mention that we might see is SPGs. SPGs on this map are insanely strong.
Oh, that's right. That is right. Obelisk is not here, so you know.
Not playing right now, so I'm like not thinking about SPGs right now, but high chance we see that after all.
Yeah.
So only time will tell, though. We'll have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see. They are definitely getting ready. I think the tanks have been picked, and we are going to get into mines pretty soon. This is a third map, right? Yes. So thus it would be game number 5.
Yeah, the score is I think it's.
No, I can't do math for the life of me.
It's game 6, but
It could be game 6. No,
it
can't be.
Game 5.
It's game 5.
Yeah,
it has to be game 5.
5, 6, 7.
Because you know, 2 plus 2 is 4, right? We can do simple math, guys. Just yeah.
Yep. So all our downtime today. It's all right. It's the first day.
It is the first day, and as long as you guys are entertained with the types of games. I mean, the games have been great, actually.
Yeah, they have.
It's a lot of fun to see how they're adapting to this new Tier 10. And on that note, here we go. We're going to go into the first game here on Mines. Welcome to game number 5. This is Immortals versus PvP Super Friends. We have let's see here. Super Friends are on the attack first, and let's look at our tanks, shall we?
All right, let me jump into this. I'm going to explain as quickly as I can. We do see 2 IS-7s, so even though I thought it was going to be unlikely we have more than one, we do see 2 on the Immortals side. They're running 2 AMX-50Bs, as well as 2 F7-215Bs, that big 2,500 hit point tank. Now, on Super Friends side, they're actually going to run 2 Tier 8s, 2 T-54s. They're going to be using that on the attack side to control the water. We're already seeing that on the minimap. If you take a look, so we're seeing the same sort of push towards the lighthouse, towards capture point number 2, and in fact, it might even be a rush to capture point 2 going against the grain of the meta. They're just going to leave Q in there. And, you know, it has not been unheard of. We've seen it already today, as well as in the Europe League, to run 2 Tier 8s, even though it's not the highest tier limit. You know, you do have these tanks that are very quick and versatile. Unfortunately for Super Friends, they've already eaten a ton of damage on both Batman and Q in this location.
I was going to say, the Object 140s, just as we expected, they're going to be used like the lightweights, the T-54s from last time. And, wow, not even, what is this, barely a minute into the game, and Batman and Q taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a lot of damage to absorb, and they're just lightweight tanks in a Tier 10 meta. Unreal Rogue is looking like he might even want to poke over and finish Q off. It's really tough to actually turn your gun depression down that far, especially when Sun is finishing Q off maybe from the other side of things.
It looks that way, and I think there was a tank, I think it was Hades that come around trying to see if he could finish off Batman as well. Both Batman and Q under 400 HP. That's like one more shot each, and they'll be done. Already, Super Friends looks like they have a disadvantage here.
Keep in mind, though, the Sirius is actually on the Lori, and that's in a straight-up fight going to be an SPG that's kind of missing for that damage. So that's a lot of missing firepower should the fight come full circle towards the Immortals. The problem for Super Friends is they made a push towards capture point B overall. They weren't able to capitalize on that, even with the 2 Object 140s where the T-54s would be if they weren't basically dead. It's still hard to approach here. And the Katana is back reloaded up, so is Sun.
Yep, well, there goes Batman. Down, yep, so they are down 1 tank. And I think Q is going to go ahead and be that next target. Sirius probably just looking for the perfect angle to be able to hit him here. But right now, 7 minutes and 27 seconds, things are pretty quiet right now. Super Friends really need to be careful, and Tari probably going around to see if he can help out Q, because, yep, Q is
They're gonna have
problems.
They're gonna have problems with a T-54 versus an IS-7. Okay, a T-54 had problems with IS-3, right? How is a T-54 going to want to challenge anything with that IS-7? He's going to want to have a ton of support. They want to actually take out these AMX-50Bs, but they're so well positioned that it's going to be basically impossible. And I don't know, man. I worry about their situation here. And Rap is also at the back in a good position. They have so much coverage, and they're trying to just simply win by, you know, running out the clock. They're not
I
going
think
to force
that's
anything
all.
that they
Right,
have to.
that's all that Immortals have to do right now. Obviously, they're just picking off tanks one by one. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, and really, Immortals just very quiet. All they're doing is holding their ground and just shooting at them. All right, here we can see 4 members of Super Friends now. They're like, no, guys, we really need to do something about this. They're going to try to push up and catch Unreal Rogue off guard, but I'm not sure if that's going to help.
Well, he's got a really long reload time, and they will be able to burst him down before he can fire his second shot, but will their bad positioning as a result cost them the game? They need to continue this push behind cover. Hades is going to take another shot. He's going to take out Kane. This is another big problem here, but maybe they can overwhelm him while he's reloading. And Tari and Little Mac, they're auto-loaders, and they need to get those shots off, but they're just unable to find them quickly enough here.
All right, Hades still surviving here. Again, I mean, right now I really think the clock is the key. This is all that Immortals need to do. It's just be careful and don't die. Hades, be careful. I just told you, be careful and don't die.
Uh-oh, Catan is coming back to support, though, and he's going to... Actually, no, it's Rap that gets the kill in Little Mac, not Catan. Oh, man, Atari is so dead. There's a bad position here. I mean, this was basically, they were destined to fail after losing that many of their hit points early on. Hades survives here as well, which is actually crazy. And the Super Friends are going to have to rethink their strat here. I say that, but again, I keep forgetting that they're only going to be on attack once on this map.
All right. Well, I mean, after seeing this, I think Super Friends probably going to use the same tactic, knowing that they should just play more defensively. But just from the few games that we've been seeing, I don't think that's how Super Friends work.
They like to play, they like to maneuver, they like to make plays, they like to try to surround and go for big attacks. You've seen them try to overwhelm tanks, 4v1, go over the railroad tracks. You've seen them take the castle. And now we're seeing them try to overtake IS-7s around the curve on that high ground, but it's just simply not working out. Mines was one of our newer maps going into last season, and maybe in Silver League the maps were different, or they just haven't studied the gold strategies on this map, but I just feel like trying to assault that position was not the best strat. They were already so behind from the early game that there were no great choices to make.
Yeah,
but now we're just going to watch Tedamaru die slowly.
I mean, he's wiggling around trying to avoid shots, but I don't think that's going to happen. There we go. Immortals goes ahead and takes their second win here on Mines. I don't really have much to say about that game. It's Immortals just played very patiently, very slowly, and they just really used that clock to their advantage.
The IS-7 positioning they had there was really good. It was tough to approach, and basically Super Friends decided to approach in a bad location because they felt like they were behind. Again, Super Friends is all about playmaking. Like, let's take the castle. Let's go over the road checks. They're never going to expect X. They're never going to expect Y, and they're never going to expect Z. Let's do these things. Let's make these plays. Let's surprise them. Let's catch them off guard. But they were so far behind. And this map is, like, that location on that high ground we've talked about since day one of last season. You go up there, they have a defense, you're going to have a bad time. And they tried to do that with, like, a T-54, okay, versus a Tier 10 IS-7. You're never going to have a good time with that sort of situation. So,
well,
they did overwhelm the first one.
Yes, they did.
But that allowed the rest of the teammates to respond and destroy those tanks in their bad position.
We're going to have to see if they change up tanks. Again, a map like Mines, it's not... You saw that both sides had very different tank lists. And the attack and defend, I think, unlike, something like Steps, you'll see that they'll use the same tank lineup for both sides, but we'll have to see if Super Friends uses something a lot more defensive this time around.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll also have to see if they decide to take a SPG, or if we're going to see SPG swamp sides, or they're both going to take an SPG, how things change going to these different sides, because I feel like there's a lot of opportunity to switch tanks on this map in particular versus other maps, because the attack and defense are so different, and the way you play on this map is so technical that you've got to have different backup tanks, different strategies. Wouldn't be surprised to see IS-7s be run here for Super Friends as well, just because I think they're so strong if you get that high ground position, which we saw them take last game.
Yeah, I think so too. Super Friends... You know what, though? Again, just like the last two games, these games are pretty close. I can't give an edge to one team or the other. At first, we were like, oh, Super Friends won the first two games. And it's like, oh, wait, but Immortals got this one. So very fun to see what kinds of maps that each of these teams are better at. And yeah, we'll have to wait. And I think they are choosing tanks now.
Yep, everyone's in the lobby. Tanks are being listed. I'm seeing some of them, but I'm going to keep them a secret for you guys. But they are pretty exciting.
Secret for about, what, 30 more seconds before it
well,
gets showed up.
let's hope it's about that long, or short rather. But sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get everybody in.
And then we'll start talking about your beard again, and you know we don't want that anymore.
We don't want that.
No.
Nobody wants that.
No, we don't.
So all the spectators in the lobby, things are starting to look good.
All right.
All the tanks are being listed out here. It's actually Super Friends. They're popping them in. It looks like they've listed all their tanks. So neither team on match point yet. Super Friends is a 3-2.
It's
score.
3-2. 3-2. It's very close. And so after this, we're going to go ahead into steps. That's the 4th map. And if they play it out like they did the first map, then it might be Super Friends to take the game.
Absolutely could be. You're definitely right in that regard. So only time will tell. I'm really excited to get in this game. And
especially because it's Mines. And I know Mines was one of those maps, like in the beginning of last season, we really didn't like it very much because there was just so much going on. And then as we saw the different strategies, it became super interesting. So
that's how I feel right now. I'm like, what tanks are they switching? What's going on? I got to see them show them to me right now.
All right, well, they will show it to you right now because we're going to go into the next game. All right, guys, here we go. We are into the next game. This is set number 6, and we have Immortals versus PvP Super Friends. The score is 2-3, and it looks like Super Friends are going to be on the defense. Oops, sorry. And yeah, let's take a look at the tanks.
Yeah, let's take a look at them. Actually, looks like we're gonna have 2 T11 or T100s for Super Friends, 2 IS-7s, an AMX-50B, and then 2 T-54s like before. We're going to see the Sirius on the SPG again. They're running 125 ton, 2 Object 140s, a 50B, and 2 IS-7s. So again, more versatility here, more variety. And they'll let it wrap, taking some serious damage on his way around, though. They're actually just going to storm with these big T100s. They're going to storm this. And this is the kind of strategy we saw from TCSG. This is what Run Gaming would do. And they're just going to try to force their way into this high ground position, this better position that they could not get last game.
Yes, but you know what? This is interesting. All of Super Friends are just going to follow them in. This might not bode well for them here, since it's not very defensive at all.
Well, this is actually such a close fight. Little Max can get the first kill here on Tom Hager, but Antare with the next to fall, so 1 for 1 so far. And Hades in a really good position. I like where he's at. He's actually able to get so much free damage here. No one can touch him. And don't forget, the Sirius is not in this fight. He's just trying to lob damage in. If he can actually connect that, that would be huge, but it's not always going to be that easy.
I have no idea why Super Friends would just follow the Immortals into their base like that, especially when they would have the high ground there. And yeah, now they're super low. They've lost 2 tanks as opposed to Immortals 1. It just seemed like a very poor decision there. Tedmar does lose a little bit of HP coming down that ramp. He's going to see if he can try to take out ramp, but no, they're just going to shoot at each other. I don't even know what strategy is going on in this one. It's just like a let's shoot at each other by the mine
I think they really are. I think it was just a frustration play. Here's my theory, right? And I could be totally wrong. I feel like Super Friends is not very comfortable with this map at all, and they're like, oh, this map is frustrating. This map is weird. Let's just try to rush that high ground. That seems like the most important place to go. They went for that. It did not work. And now it's going to be Spec Ops, the last man standing, who has to kill 4 tanks.
Yep. And it looks like
or
he's going to
survive for 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
Well, you know, if they had waited it out and then attacked, then maybe he could have done that. But Super Friends, it almost feels like they forgot that they're on the defense here. They didn't need to go in there and attack the Immortals. Yeah, he is now surrounded. He's a poor little fish surrounded by sharks.
He'll
he's
probably
just
kill somebody before he goes down.
I don't even think he will. I think he's just waiting to be killed.
If he kills 2, then he's got a really good chance. Okay,
that's 1.
If he kills Hades, then he can actually kill Sun. And don't forget, the Sirius is actually an SPG. So, I mean, if he kills Hades, this is doable. Hades needs to be careful. Oh my god, this is actually so tense.
I don't...
He's actually going to aim at Sun, too.
But
He knows
look,
where both of them are. It's a
yes,
2v1.
and
But he
now
can
he's-
still win it, technically.
Okay, he's
Oh,
gonna
and
try-
Hades missed. But, oh! The Sirius gets him with the SPG.
You know what? That was brilliant. Sun and Hades just going to go ahead and be like, hey, let's get him cornered under this rock, and you shoot at him. Like, we know exactly where he is. He can't go anywhere else. Very well done. Like I said, PvP friends they absolutely did not need to rush that at all. They were on the defensive side.
Yeah, well, we've seen, again, TCSG and Run, our 2 weaker teams from last season, tried this a lot. We saw the only team that ever did this and made it work, really, was EL Gaming, and they knew exactly how to rush it, how to approach it, and they would send one tank at the front to absorb all the damage.
Right.
Then they would force themselves into a good position, whereas in this case, it felt very haphazard, and they almost won just simply because the Immortals was a bit caught off guard by it, but
No.
obviously the defensive team on mines, if you played it before, they're going to get to that better position faster because that's how they spawn, that's how the game starts, where their starting point is, and that was a bit aggressive. Now I'm hoping that we see something better here from Super Friends on Steps because they had such a great start on Himmelsdorf, and now they seem to be falling a bit apart. And now we're tied up at 3-3.
It is 3-3, and Super Friends did really well on that map that I can't pronounce, which was just like Steps, a very wide open map. And so I'm expecting if that kind of comes over, then maybe they will be able to take these next 2 games.
Well, Steps, big open map, very similar, so that's a pretty good sort of theory. I wonder if we're going to see Super Friends just go hyper-aggressive here as well. One of the things you can do on this map, especially now that, I mean, the tanks aren't as fast because we're not using those lightweights, although they did run the T-54s in that are a bit quicker. On this map, you know, we have seen in the past teams rotate from one capture point to the other, and you can do that when you have a lot of time. It's a little bit tougher, though, obviously, because the tanks are slower, the Tier 10 tanks. There's no lightweights, really, being used in this meta.
Well, the T-54s are the Tier 9 medium tanks, which is
Yeah.
kind of like the T-54 lightweights,
Yeah,
which
they're
were the
very
T-8
similar.
lightweight tanks. So in that sense, they're similar. They're like the lesser Object 140 tanks.
Yeah.
And so you've got the Tier 10 Object 140s, which I'm going to say is like the lightweights of last season, and then the one right under it, the T-54s. So T-54 and the T-54 are lightweight, 2 different
Just kinda
tanks.
scale everything down.
Yeah, that's basically it. They are 2 different tanks, but they kind of play a similar position. So don't confuse that. The T-54 is a medium tank, Tier 9.
We're not lightweights in here.
No.
But going back to my point, you have time to rotate from one capture point to the other. And I think that the playmaking style that we're seeing from Super Friends, I think on the attack, they will probably try that if they don't win straight up. But on the defense, I wouldn't be surprised if they just go running in and try to take a big fight, because it seemed to be what their plan was on mines, and I would expect them to do something similar.
Did
here.
nobody tell them that they can use the clock to their advantage? I mean,
The clock is super long in this
It
new
is,
format,
it is,
though.
it
It's
is.
like,
they don't want to play the whole 10 minutes,
no,
apparently.
nobody wants to do that. It's so hard to actually outlast that 10 minutes. You have to be so patient, incredibly patient, and if you're being that patient, sometimes you get exploited. So
Sometimes.
I think that the new clock, it just needs some time to figure it out because it's so long that like timeout is not really a thing anymore. I don't think that's ever going to happen for like a long time.
Oh, that's
the closest
right, yeah.
we got to was like one game today. It was like 150 was the lowest clock we ever saw. I mean, there was every game where we were like 10 seconds left. They got to kill him.
Yeah.
All the tanks are slower, so it's harder to run away and do that strategy. So because we're not running lightweights anymore. And you've got some maps that are a lot more open added in, so it's a lot harder to escape like that. With 10 minutes on the clock versus 7 minutes, it's 3 more minutes you have to survive for. So it's definitely that kind of strategy is less viable. And I think that's probably what WGL was trying to push for, because it feels kind of silly that sometimes you might have a scenario where 1 or 2 or even 3 tanks survive versus 1 lightweight tank, and it just runs away, and that's how you win.
But do you remember how exciting those endings were,
I
though,
love
man? I mean, we would get like a base capture, but the time would run out at the same time, and you're like, which one went first? And then we'd all get confused and say the wrong things. But it was still a ton of fun.
I enjoyed it a lot.
I did too.
I'm going to miss that a lot, but I think that this new format is definitely what WGL is trying to go for, and let's keep checking it out.
All right. Well, here we go. This is map number 4 and we're going to go on to steps. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We have set number 7, Immortals versus PvP Super Friends. The score is tied 3-3, and we have Immortals on the attack first, Super Friends on the defense. Hopefully they understand that they have to defend and not attack.
Yeah, let's see what they want to do. Starting with our tanks here. As you mentioned, as we expected, we're going to see several Object 140s, 3 apiece for each team. Difference-wise, we're going to see 2 T110s, Super Friends on the defense running those, which means I think they are, as you said, being a bit more defensive in this game.
Good.
But we see the British tanks, the 215B is coming out for the Immortals. And we just see one 25-ton versus the STB-1 being that last difference. And again, we're seeing a 1390 for Batman, which he did pull out on Himmelsdorf. And we're going to see Blackheart actually this time on the SPG. So putting that for him, switching the player here. That is going to be doing that SPG.
It's good to see Super Friends. Yes, they are going to play that very standard defensive pattern where they are over by the second capture point. If you look on your mini-map, all the way on the right-hand side, they have spread out. And they're just going to wait to see what the Immortals decide to do. Very standard, and I'm proud of them for being standard.
Yeah, me too. Let's see if it works out for them this time, though, because we're not 100% sure yet how this one's going to turn out. They might actually just go for a big attack in a second anyways, because they have sometimes started defensively and then try to make those plays. Batman notoriously kind of leading those sorts of pushes.
Right, well, there's Batman all the way in front. I know he's he's extended himself a little bit to make sure that he can see a bit more, while the STB is all the way hanging in the back. STB-1, like we said, is kind of like the LTTB from before.
Yeah.
Just an overall good guy tank.
Yeah, it's a Japanese tank, actually, which we haven't seen a whole lot of, so cool to see that, that region's tank make it into this game. So we're going to see, again, just a little bit of the waiting game here. This is like the steps that we came to love every time Elon was not playing. As EO Gaming loved to be aggressive, but all the other teams were forming up. On the defensive side, the attacking ones would just form up and sort of move slowly towards the west side.
And slow it is. I'm happy to see that they're playing slower right now. Very standard plays. Again, this is a map that's been around for a very long time. Pretty sure Super Friends knows this one inside and out as well. We know that Immortals know it. And so here we go. They're still maintaining their very defensive position. They're just kind of waiting for Immortals to make a move. Immortals just rotating around this map. It's interesting they're taking that main road down the middle, though.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that in a while. That leaves them very open.
It does, but they're only doing it with 2 of their tanks. And one of those, of course, being the super duper 2,500 hit point FV215. But the Object 140 that's there to support is going to help give vision. And they're trying to form up here to take out whatever tank is waiting for them. See where Batman is right now? That's usually where we had our T-32s, where you just kind of sit there and give coverage in your tanky. Having an autoloader there seems risky to me, though, even though it is just, of course, their Tier 8 that they're filling with.
I have a feeling Unreal Rogue knows this. That's definitely a spot that, all teams kind of hide their small little tanks in. And so if he could get his sixth sense up, if he can get some sort of vision and take him out, that's at least one less tank to worry about.
Yeah. 1390 is not as big of a playmaker in this format as it used to be, but Batman stays hidden for now. And I was thinking the same thing. I thought he was saying, I know you're in there, I'm going to blow you up, I'm going to take a blind shot and kill you. But since he hasn't, Batman still goes undetected.
He is undetected. His entire tank is in that bush. That's a very large bush. And we could see here that the Object 140s are just kind of taking shots left and right. Nobody's really gotten hit. Both teams pretty full HP, and now we are at 5 minutes and 36 seconds. All right, Batman is found out. He has been hit.
Yep, and Tom Hager's going to take another shot.
Yeah, because he's been hit. Now, obviously, they know he's in there. Here we go. Come on, Tom. Take a shot.
He's actually ignoring Batman.
Well,
maybe he missed. Maybe he like just. I mean, it's crazy to say this, but maybe he didn't realize he actually hit Batman. That would be a bit strange, but you know, maybe expecting a more direct hit would have actually killed the tank in there, and since that didn't happen, he's not sure. The clock is being burned here,
yes.
But they still have, you know, I always say the time where you're kind of locked into what you're doing and you can't switch the plan is around 3:20. I think in the new format, it's pushed up to maybe about like 3:40 or 4 minutes.
I was going to say, yeah, I think 4 minutes is about the time where we're going to have to see a big push or
these
something.
These tanks are slower, you know. You can't just switch your play that you've been making after 4 minutes. I mean, you can, but it's just a lot harder to do so, and you might have to do so under bad position as a result.
And Immortals, I mean, I'm not sure what they're trying to. Okay, I think I do know what they're trying to do. It is really to chip down Super Friends, so that at 4 minutes they can go in and finish it off. But they're not doing a very good job of it, and at this point, they're going to have to commit to this strategy. Or, at 3 minutes, they're just going to rush a base capture, base number 1, and try to see if they can capture that.
The funny thing is, I think the positioning for Super Friends is so weird because it's so the opposite of what we've seen before. We have Batman at the front in a risky position with an autoloader, which is funny because it's kind of like the 12-ton. It was with the tier 6 that was an autoloader. Now it's the tier 8 that's the autoloader, the insignificant one. But they have their 110s, their T110s, very far behind, not up in the best position, but still in a decent position to guard. But they're not in such an aggressive position that they're going to be able to cover 3 men in capture point 1 as easily as the T32s were in our old meta and in our old format. So I don't think the Immortals realize it yet, but I think there is an opportunity possibly to try to rush that capture point.
Okay.
But they're scouting it out, and it's taking a long time.
All right, there is movement now. It is 3 minutes and 22 seconds, and Immortals absolutely need to do something. We can see that a couple of the tanks are going to head up north, see if they can come around and possibly ambush or surprise Super Friends in their own defensive area.
Yeah, Batman is like still doing his job. He's like, no.
Nope, I can see everything.
He's like, I am like the vision ward right now. I see everything.
And unless they are trying to run out the clock and then try to just capture base point 1 with 3 tanks and try to do it as fast as possible. Okay, here we could see Q and Tedemaru. They're going to come up front.
This is crazy. You know, this is totally unnecessary,
Why are they doing this? Super Friends.
This is very unnecessary play here. They really don't need to do this. They're trying to force a fight when they had such a good defensive position. Even still, though, they get a kill.
They do get a kill. They can pull back.
Yeah, this is an advantage for them. It just seems so unnecessary, though.
Oh, again, Super Friends, you guys are on the defense. You don't need to attack them. Immortals are the ones who have to be worried right now.
But again, these guys are the playmakers. No matter what, no matter how much of an advantage they have, they're like, well, they'll never expect us to just go kill them.
All right, and they really didn't, because Sun is probably going to go down next. It looks like these 3 members, they've done their damage. They're going to come, hassle them a little bit, you know, fluster the Immortals so that they can't go through with their plan. Like we saw earlier, once you kind of foil their plan, Immortals really don't have anything to back up on.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're trying to do, is frustrate them with only 1 minute and 45 seconds left.
Well, you know, I mean, the thing is, even if the Immortals kill all 3 of these tanks, it's going to be tough for them to capture in 1 minute and 40, because there is still going to be tanks remaining to actually deny that base capture. But let's see. You know, they do take a massive lead here, and Super Friends, only 3 tanks left, really. Little Mac's still alive, but barely a fighter. At this point, 1 minute and 25 seconds left for the Immortals to actually win this.
Done. Yeah, 1 minute and 22 seconds left.
They could do it. It would be crazy, but they might be able to. All right, let's see if they can make this happen. This is going to be our first, like, exciting close game where it comes to time.
Okay, it is a 3v3 now, and like we said, it's got 1 minute and 9 seconds left.
And even though Super Friends are on the defense and they should have an inherent advantage, they're surrounded and spotted. No one can hide, no one can escape. 60 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if they can take out these tanks one by one. Little Mac nearly dead, but Tedemaru goes down first.
Tom Hanger is down low, though. He does take Little Mac first before he dies. Kane is the last one left. He's not going to be able to take out 2 members of Immortals right now, but you know what? The clock is on his side. He's just going to try to run away and see if he can wait out 35 seconds, whatever's left here.
I don't think he can. Down he goes, and the Immortals are going to take that win Very, very questionable decision making.
I'm really confused by that. Super Friends totally had that game. If they just waited it out, it doesn't even seem like the Immortals would have been able to do anything.
I have no idea why they did that.
Also, if the Immortals did decide to capture that base point, they could have come in at that point and tried to burst down anyway.
All they needed to do was be 40 more seconds more patient. 40 more seconds. And not do that, and they would have been totally fine.
Who's their coach? We need to talk to their coach.
I'm not sure why. I'm pretty sure Batman is the captain. In fact, I'm going to check that right now because I am like almost 90% sure, unless they changed it, and I want to know.
That is.
And
I
yes,
think
it
he
is
is.
Batman. Batman is the captain. He was before on his old team, and he is now again on Super Friends, the captain. And that was just a poor choice overall. I mean, just looking at this from the outside looking in, we could see that they were in a good defensive position. They had eaten the clock down to about 240 or so, which is very difficult for any team to capture, even in the old format, right? And the newer one is even more difficult. In that position, it's even more difficult. And even though they ran in and got 2 kills, they got out of position, and then they got surrounded and outplayed. And the Immortals are probably thinking, "Oh, sick, free win. That shouldn't have happened. Oh, that was a great opportunity for us."
Like I said, I think what what Super Friends were trying to do was just like they did in Himmelsdorf, where they caught Immortals off guard, tries to frustrate them, and then at that point Immortals goes, "Oh," and then forgets about the clock or something like that, and just kind of scatters. But at this point, I think Immortals really were kind of not expecting it, but they responded a lot better, and that helped them get that win. But still, Super Friends.
That was weird.
You should have just waited.
I feel like they should have been more patient. But now Super Friends is going to be on the attack.
Yes.
And this could get crazy based on how aggressive they've been throughout this entire series so far. And how are the Immortals going to play defensively? I think we might see a slower start. I don't think Super Friends are going to go in crashing. We'll have to wait and see, though. I mean, there's a high chance that they do. But overall, I think when your tournament, or not your tournament life, but your match life is on the line, if they lose here, they get 0 points.
Yeah.
If they win, they get at least 1 point from the tiebreaker.
Right.
And then, of course, could potentially get 2.
If they win the tiebreaker.
But yeah, if they lose here, they get nothing, and then Immortals will get 3 points.
Yeah, I'm still baffled. I have no idea why they would do that.
Yeah.
It's almost like they just threw the game on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, right? But I mean, that was weird.
It was.
Just simply, I think they thought, if we disrupt them enough, then we win for sure, because they'll never be able to capture it in time. Maybe they just weren't as aware as we are about how good their position was and how unnecessary. I think unnecessary is probably the best word to describe what they did. It was insanely unnecessary play. Unnecessary and questionable. Those are 2 words I use to describe what they did. Because everything they did before that was perfect. And I was like, look at that. Careful, slow, steady as it goes. We've got coverage of both capture points. We've got a nice spread. We have a good tank composition. We don't need to rush in.
You know what it kind of reminded me of is, how I said I'm so proud of them. They're actually playing standard. This is great. It's like the kid who, your parents go, well, we're at a nice dinner now, and here are your utensils, and we have to use these. And he's trying so hard to actually use the utensils, and then finally, at the end, the dinner's almost over, and he goes, "Rah!" and just grabs it with his hands. That's what it felt like, where they tried so hard to be patient, and then at the end they're like, "No, but we want to kill things," and then they just went in.
It almost felt like they were styling or something when they really didn't need to be. And it's not like they were up 4-0.
I know.
It's if we lose, we just go to game 6. It's I mean, if you lose now, you get 0 points. It's 4-3, okay, against you, and well, not a comfortable place to be here. But we are going to go into our next and potentially final map here. It will at least be the final map before we go to tiebreaker. If in fact the Immortals lose and Super Friends wins this one, we will go to our first tiebreaker on day 1. We actually had, funny as it is, I think our only tiebreaker, or maybe one of 2 tiebreakers last season, was also on the first day between Karen Tiger and B Gaming. I'm I remember everything.
I can't remember that far back.
It was on the first day. I remember I was casting, and I was these 2 Japanese teams are so evenly matched.
All right, well, here we go. We're going to go into the maybe the last game, but here we are. Last game on steps, at least. Welcome back, everyone. Here we go. This is the last set here on Steps. We have Immortals versus the Super Friends, set number 8. And yeah, if Immortals win this one, they are on the defense. But if they win this one, then then they win. They get their 3 points. Can Super Friends tie this up?
Yeah, let's talk about the comps, because the Immortals are running the kind of comp that really, really reminds me of what we would see EL Gaming do and what we would actually see Immortals do last season, even with their tier 8s to 6s. They're running 2 big heavies, the T110 and the IS-7. They have 3 tanks that are, oh
no.
People are not moving.
Yep.
That could be bad.
Okay. I just realized that too.
But let's talk about the composition so we can continue to talk about this. So they've got 2 heavy tanks, 3 mobile tanks. They got their Object 140s. They're going to be the ones that can move around, reposition easily. You know, they could be decent in a fight. And they bring 1 autoloader, and then they have the SPG, which SPG is not quite like what we saw last season. But,
right.
And still a bit questionable. Didn't work out for them very well last game. But
Super Friends, the Object 140s, there's like 3 of them, and then the T54s, which is like the lesser version, the tier 9 version of the Object 140. Yes. So it's almost kind of like the T54 lightweights composition, where we have a bunch of light tanks that's going to be zipping around. And for some reason, I have a hunch Super Friends are going to be super aggressive with this.
I think so too. You know, with the mixture of the heavy tanks though that the Immortals are doing, that's what I want to. That's really what I want to point out. Not the SPG at the end, and the autoloader is like, right, it's pretty okay. I like that. Sometimes we saw 2 autoloaders and things like that from some specific teams. But I like the mixture of the heavy tanks and the medium tanks, the Object 140s that are a little bit more mobile. They are reminiscent of the T54 lightweights in how they work as a role in the composition. I mean, obviously they're very different tanks. They function differently. The Object 140s are way stronger. But the way they function within the composition is very similar. And I think that this composition will win out overall in a straight-up fight. But maybe if Super Friends uses that more mobile composition to do some rotations and maybe not do any suicide missions, then they might have a chance to tie this one up.
The non-suicide mission, I think that's the part that's going to be questionable and possibly unnecessary in this game as well. But we will have to wait and see. It does look like it was the Super Friends who had the connection issues, so we'll just have to kind of wait it out and make sure that they're all in the game again.
Yeah, it looks like most people have reconnected and are rejoining the lobby. It's taking a little bit longer, though. I'm so sorry, guys, for the technical difficulties. This is our first day in a new season, and we have 2 teams that haven't played in Gold League Online in quite some time. So obviously, it's going to take them a little while to remember kind of how this works. Make sure all the connection problems are sorted out before the matches.
I mean, this is good. That it's the 2 teams, right, that haven't played in the Gold Series just yet. As long as we can just smooth out all the issues now, then we hope, I mean, this is hoping, that towards the middle of the season, then we won't have these issues anymore. And
that's right.
Can be smooth sailing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it looks like, well, they picked tanks again, which is strange because they shouldn't. If they're remaking, they shouldn't be picking tanks again.
That's right. Well, they are just remaking with the same tanks, pretty sure. So, just seeing our admin chat, they're putting the same tanks in. Okay. And they're going to lock those in, and we're going to go back into a remade game. Same map, same spawns, and it's going to be the last map on Steps for real this time. Hopefully, no more disconnects.
I hope so too. You know, I have to say, Tom Hager is a new addition to Immortals. He's doing pretty well.
Yeah, his accuracy is really on point.
Yeah, and definitely an improvement. I'm glad they picked him up.
Yeah. Also, it's cool to see the captain actually taking place in the games, because he was always just the one who spoke. Right. Immortal Rogue, the guy, of course, I'm talking about. And
Undead Rogue.
Or Undead Rogue, sorry.
Immortal Undead Rogue. I guess you would be immortal if you're undead.
Well, I mean, he's on the team Immortals, so I mean, like, I think that's where I got confused. But because not all undead things are immortal. You know, it depends on what lore we're talking about. You can actually be destroyed by like fire.
That is very true.
Or like some sort of holies or magic or whatever. I mean, it really just depends.
You know, I played an undead rogue in a different game.
Which game was that? I don't know what game you're talking about. I don't know.
World of Warcraft.
You're like, oh, World of Tanks. I'm like, that's not a class in World of Tanks, Susie.
There's actually a tank called the Rogue. No, yeah.
I mean, maybe that's what.
Maybe that's why he got his name.
That's what I'm saying. So, everybody on these teams are bringing like names from different games or different universes: Batman, Superman, Undead Rogue.
Undead Rogue versus Batman. Like, oh gosh, what lore are we in?
So
confusing.
Yeah, we got all these people from all sorts of universes, all sorts of countries in this this big tournament. I'm really just filling time right now, Susie. I don't know how long this is going to take. But I think somebody else Tom Hager got disconnected.
No,
so we had a problem
we like him.
On Super Friends, and now Tom Hager got disconnected.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, I mean, we could always go back to your beard. No, you know what we're going to go to? We're going to go to the fact that today is American Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And that we are spending Thanksgiving with you, our esports family, because esports families are the best.
I'm thankful for World of Tanks and everyone who's watching today. That's what I'm thankful for.
I am too.
What are you thankful for? Is that what you're thankful for, Susie? You should copy me. You're like I'm thankful.
I'm thankful that this studio is not super freezing because right now it is really cold in Seoul, South Korea. That's where we're based out of.
It's like -3 or something.
It was snowing, but then I think the snow like froze over. Like it's not even snowing anymore. So yeah, I am thankful for this incredibly warm studio and the incredibly warm staff who have been here helping us out.
Yeah.
And our production crew and everyone who is working diligently on this technical issue right now.
This is definitely by far the most technical issues we've ever had. So I mean, this is not normal. What we're having today, so don't freak out if you're at home like, oh my God, this is crazy. It's like, no, this is just a really extraneous circumstance that will be resolved soon. So just be patient. Everyone's back in the lobby.
Is everyone connected now? I think they are.
Yeah, we have all 19, all 5
no,
observers.
I think one of the guys. Oh, yep, everyone's in.
Tank.
Yay.
Okay, same list of tanks, same tanks. Everybody's in. 5 observers, 7 players on each side, all tanks locked in. Susie?
I want turkey.
Me too. But before that, I would like to see this series resolved.
It will soon. It will soon.
Both team captains have given the ready signal.
This is exciting, guys. We may finally be able to see game number 8 after all. I am thankful for the start of set number 8. So here we go.
Me too.
All right, guys, here we go. All the tanks in a row. This is Steps. The score is 4-3. We are in set number 8, Immortals versus the Super Friends. And hopefully everyone is connected. We are going to be able to do this. If Immortals wins this, then that is it. They get their 3 points and start their season on a very, very good note.
And they're going to play very carefully because if they lose, then they have, at the most they can earn is 2 points, and they might actually end up going home with 1. So they're not done just yet. We could go to that tiebreaker.
But again, okay, so Immortals on the defense, and they're obviously better at playing defense than the Super Friends. That's what we've kind of got a feel for today.
Yeah.
Super Friends already, we could see them moving as a pack. They're going to head over towards the east side of the map, towards base capture number 2, and from what I've based so far, they are a very aggressive team. And
this is what we would see from EO Gaming,
yes.
Right? This kind of strategy. And you just roam together with your mobile tanks. We got 2 of those medium T-54s, and the IS-7s are lagging behind, but if we have that big brawl, once they arrive, they will be able to absorb a ton of damage and put out damage themselves. The longer the brawl goes on, the more damage they will absorb, but they're trying to, I think, rush down the tanks that are watching the north. They're not going to go right to the capture point, I don't think. I think they want to go around and pick off any stray tanks they can, 7v1 or even 5v1.
Now, I think what's interesting right now, if you look on the mini-map, yes, we saw the Super Friends all go over to the east side of this map, which is normally where the defensive teams would be spread out, which means they went there in hopes to be able to pick off that one tank that was on the bottom. But Immortals, totally not playing that way. They decided, no, we're going to go over to the west side and take a completely different defensive approach. They're going to use the railroad tracks on the upper northwestern side. We could see the SPG kind of camped out. And yeah, it looks like now, if Super Friends comes up, they're going to be surrounded. There's an IS-7 and 2 tanks up north, kind of ready and waiting to see if they can take some shots at them.
Well, don't count Super Friends out yet because they're threatening the base capture. This is going to force a response from the Immortals, but already the Super Friends have a good, nice arc set up. This, again, they're using the defensive terrain against the defensive team, just like we saw them do when they retook the castle on Himmelsdorf. But no shots have connected yet in this game. It's going to be the IF-7s that sit in the capture point. Actually, they've rotated it now with the Object 140 and a T-54 in there.
Wow, that's already 33 seconds. That's a very quick capture.
They're actually basically, again, like I said, using the defensive terrain of the defender side on their attack. Look at the positioning of their tanks. It looks exactly like they're on the defensive side, except they're in the base capture and they're defending that.
Well, the Immortals got 20 seconds to hurry up and do something about it. They need to hit one of these tanks inside the base capture, but look at this. Look at this amazing defensive positioning. They threw one more tank in there. I think Super Friends might go ahead and cap this and win.
3, 2, 1. Nobody is even firing, and okay, there's the connect with the ricochet,
that one
but still.
connect, and they really, okay, Katana's just going to head in there, hit him.
This could be a big problem for Super
Hades
Friends, though.
Is finally in the base capture as well. He says, there's no way you're going to win on my dime. He's going to be a martyr for this,
Tom Hayden
for a
needs to get
good
in there
cause.
too. He's actually needing to drop the shots. Now he is. It's actually a really close fight, but I think Super Friends is going to have the edge here. And Tare in a good position as well. The SPG is not helpful in this fight. It's not able to connect. Rap gets another kill on Spec Ops.
Oh dear, everyone is losing HP little by little. Now it is that big brawl that we always see here on Steps, right outside of base capture number 2. I don't even know what's going to happen here, but it looks like Super Friends does have the edge. Immortals really needs to be careful. I like how Super Friends have lined up in a row right now. That's very defensive positioning.
Exactly, it minimizes the surface area to which these tanks can be hit. Kane does go down though, and Sun's trying to get another angle here on
Ooh, Sun does take 2 down, and now the other members are surrounded.
It's a 3v3 here.
It is. Oh, make that a 3v2, a 4v2.
Yeah, well, Blackheart, of course, is still lobbing shots and not able to connect them.
Well, that's great. Blackheart can just sit there for 5 minutes if need be, and now
this
Q.
is really close. Can Q actually kill both of them? Because if he can, he should be able to kill Blackheart.
They are so low, but Rap has got his turret face right in his.
Oh, it's actually so close. Rap survives.
I don't think he can.
Rap
Unreal
survives.
Rogue definitely is able to take the shot.
Okay, he needs one more. He needs one more. Can Q kill him? Q, of course, with the faster reload time on that T-54 medium. Unreal Rogue needs to make sure his turret's focused. He has 34 hit points left. Let's see if he takes a shot, and he does. And Immortals will take it.
Oh, goodness. All right, so Immortals does win this 5-3. Again, Super Friends had a very good advantage. They tried to do that rushing strategy, but last second, Immortals was able to get in there and deny them that capture.
Super Friends is playing really cool. They're like, attack side, we take your defense side, attack with it. On defense side, we get a good defensive position and then attack you. They're out there.
They're out there.
They're fun. They're the best, like most fun team I think I've seen so far in this tournament. Just like when it comes to doing things you don't expect and changing the way the game is played normally. Give them some time to perfect these strategies, and I think this team could be really, really powerful.
Yeah, wow, that was an incredibly high note to end on today. Let's go ahead and look at the results of today. We had, let's see here, the results page. We're waiting for it. There we go. EL Gaming versus SuperNoobs. EL Gaming wins 5-2, which is 2 more games than I expected. But especially with EL. And then we had Immortals versus PvP Super Friends 5-3. Very, very close series. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and you know, I expected that Super Friends were going to win that series. They started off with a 3-1 victory, but the Immortals with a big comeback and even stopping that tiebreaker from happening there at the end. I feel like Super Friends maybe got a bit cocky, maybe a bit too aggressive, but still, from both of our new teams, even though they both lost, they played top-tier teams from last season and showed us really, really cool games.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to seeing them for the rest of this season.
Me too. They definitely seem to be putting up more of a fight, and I don't know. I don't think we're going to see the same 4 teams up top anymore. However, we still have not seen Karen Tigers or B Gaming play just yet. Speaking of that, let's talk about the next matchup, which is going to happen on Monday. Let's take a look. Yep, next week, Monday. That is November 30th. And here we go. EL is going to play Team Efficiency. I'm excited to see what they have in store. Team Efficiency have been that dangerous and efficient. They weren't raccoons. What were they?
Red Pandas.
Red Pandas. And then we have Karen Tiger versus B Gaming. This is awesome. That's the 2 Japanese teams that scored very, very high in the ranking system last season. So I want to see how they do. And then we're going to see Immortals again playing EL Gaming. The 2 top teams from today going to play against each other on Monday. So we not only have 2 matches, but 3 matches on Monday.
Which will become the normal. Today was a bit of a more unusual day.
Yeah, but I mean, it's okay because I think all those pauses and technical difficulties really made up for the time.
Sure, you guys probably spent a lot more time than you thought with 2 matches today.
Anyway, so those are the 3 matches that we're going to have on Monday. So make sure that you guys set your alarms and come join us and watch those games. It's, like I said, especially with Karen Tigers and B Gaming, I'm really excited to see how they're going to
Those Japanese teams, last time they battled out, like I said, it went to a tiebreaker. That was in the first round robin, of course, not the same one with the second one, but a close matchup, very even teams, very similar play styles. Really, really excited to see how they're going to do. Yeah,
me too. Karen Tigers, again, with Obelisk on their team, really good arty player, probably the best in the world, self-proclaimed best in the world. But you know what? I believe him. He was quite good. So, with all the new tier changes and all the map changes, hopefully you guys had a really good time today as we did. And next time, hopefully less technical difficulties, but we will see you back on Monday night, 9 p.m. KST, and I believe that's also US UTC +8.
Yes.
So yeah, make sure you set your alarms, and we will see you again then. Goodbye.